Emily, I just wanted to see if you can hear us.
I can. Can you hear me?
Oh, I don't know if we can hear you.
Okay, how about now?
Oh, yes, actually.
Okay.
I think we can. We're just gonna up the volume a little bit.
Okay, perfect. I didn't want to yell at you all because you never know in these
Oh, that's
remote
good.
situations.
Yep, we can hear you now. Yep, we're good. Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay, so we'll get started in just a few minutes.
Thank you.
We got about one more minute and we'll get going this evening. Sir, ready? Well, good evening, everybody. Thank you for joining us tonight. I will call to order the two regularly scheduled meeting of Tuesday, February 28th, 2023. Please join me for a flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The Assembly of the City and Borough of Sitka would like to respectfully acknowledge the traditional first people of Sitka. With gratitude, we proceed on Tlingit Ani. Sarah, roll call, please.
Mayor Eisenbach,
Present.
Mr. Mosier,
Here.
Ms. Duncan, here, Mr. Yestad,
Here.
Mr. Christensen,
Here.
Mr. Pike,
Here.
and Ms. Carlson.
Here.
Are there any correspondence or agenda changes this evening? That'll bring us to special reports. Tonight we have two scheduled special reports. First from Tribal Council, Chairman Widmark, are you here? Welcome, Chairman.
Thank you, Mayor and Assembly members. The reporting, we did our first meeting, February 1st, we didn't have a meeting. We actually didn't have any action items for the day, but on February 15th, 2023, at our council meeting, just to summarize, the council authorized the tribal chair to execute a settlement participation forms for the opioid litigation. The council approved the revisions to the Baranof Island Housing Authority ordinance. That was our second reading. The council approved the revised 2023 legislative priorities. Also, council approved a letter of support for the Fisheries Resource Monitoring Program funding request for Lake Eva. And the council approved comments on the statewide Board of Fisheries proposals. Also, the council approved recommendations from the Natural Resource Committee to request a Section 106 consultation for the airport water and sewer line replacement project. And the council approved two transportation resolutions authorizing the tribe to apply for Federal Highway Administration's 2023 Tribal Transportation Program Safety Fund and authorizing the submission of the 2023 Long Range Transportation Plan, and approved a couple of resolutions for enrollment and relinquishment. And last but not least, wanted to thank the City of Sitka, the mayor and assembly members that attended our government. That was great to see new faces and old faces. So thank you.
I'll have a better pun for you next time, Chairman. Couldn't think on the fly, sorry. And then the second special report this evening, the Rasmussen Foundation, Broadband Alaska and Digital Equity Access Across America. Emily, welcome. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you. We are actually at this point just focusing on Alaska, but who knows, all of America could be next. So here is my presentation. Hopefully you can see that screen. So as was said, my name is Emily Pape, and I'm here on behalf of the Rasmussen Foundation and the State of Alaska Broadband Office to talk about our digital equity initiative. And so why is this happening? Why am I talking to you today? The State of Alaska has tasked Rasmussen with administering the digital equity planning grant for all of Alaska. And the goal here really is to provide all Alaskans with high-speed, reliable broadband that's affordable, that's equitable and transparent in a way that engages communities and really results in just a positive experience and ensuring that our goals and benefits as they relate to the internet are realized across the state. And so we're really focusing on this idea of digital equity, which is where in Alaska specifically, all Alaskans, no matter where they live or what their income is or anything else, have the ability to access the internet, to access the tools they need to access the internet that is needed for full participation in society and the economy, whether that's education or accessing government services or anything like that. We're really just looking to ensure that all Alaskans have equitable access to the internet for these tasks. And so this Digital Equity Act will provide, that passed last year in the federal government, provides digital skills training, improves online accessibility, and really tries to empower rural communities, which we know well here in Alaska. So we right now are doing the Digital Equity Plan. And once this is submitted and packaged with other state plans that goes to the federal government, Alaska could access between $400 and $550 million for broadband access and digital equity across the state. And so what we're really trying to do here is make sure that Alaska doesn't miss out on this funding opportunity that could be really, really impactful across the state. So what we're doing here is we're trying to make sure that folks that maybe historically have had a little bit more barriers to accessing the internet are really heard here. And so these are our 8 covered populations that we're really focused on getting input from. And as you can see, probably more than 80% of Alaskans fall in at least one of these groups. And so we are doing our best to get in touch with communities across Alaska. I'm based in Anchorage, but we're trying to cover the state here and make sure that voices are heard throughout this process. So this plan that we're working on, once it's complete, will include a statewide vision for this digital equity scorecard, as well as plans for future programs, workforce development, and integration into broader plans across the state, as well as actual steps to make sure what's in the plan ends up implemented. And this digital equity, like I said, is part of this broader plan that once it's completed will allow the state to access quite a bit of money that can be put to work in communities across the state. And so we're in this planning process right now, and we're really trying to get into communities to make sure that Alaskans can have their voices heard and that we know what the barriers are that Alaskans are facing when it comes to the internet. And then we will move through the rest of this process that ultimately will prepare for implementation. And so the goal here is really to conduct listening sessions, which are just chances for Alaskans, particularly in those 8 populations that I showed earlier, to really talk to us about what barriers they face accessing the internet and what impacts that has on their life. So maybe they couldn't get into a class that they otherwise could have if their internet were stronger, or had to let a business opportunity go by, or something along those lines. So the reason I'm talking to you today is that we are traveling to communities across the state over the next few months. We have a dedicated Sitka team that will be coming to your community or is already based in your community. And we'll be reaching out to make sure that we're hearing voices throughout this community. And we're also curious about any existing digital equity type initiatives that are happening in your community. And that might just be, you might have a program that pairs teenagers with elders to make sure that they're able to go online, or anything like that. And so I'm really here today just to ask you to think about ways that we could tap into things your community is already doing, or gatherings that are already happening, so that we can ensure that how Sitka experiences broadband is really reflected in this plan that we're building. So if those things come to mind, if you have questions, feel free to reach out to this big email address here, broadband@rasmussen.org, or you can go to the Alaska Broadband Office website. That's just below that. And you also could, if you'd like, reach out to me personally. That is my email down there at the bottom, Emily@CalendarAssociates.com. So thank you very much for your time today. Feel free to reach out with questions, and thank you.
Thank you much. Glad to know that a team will be visiting Sitka to talk about our needs in Sitka. For better or for worse, you did not cut out on this presentation. So that means we probably have reasonable broadband, but I think reliability can definitely be an issue in Sitka. So excited to talk to your team and thank you for the presentation today.
Thank you.
Moving along in special reports, is there anyone else for government to government? Municipal boards, commissions, committees? Municipal departments? And school district? All right, seeing none, that'll bring us to persons to be heard. This is public participation for any item off of tonight's agenda, not to exceed 3 minutes.
Good evening. I'm Valerie Nelson, resident of our town for nearly 7 decades, former assembly member, former mayor, and someone that cares passionately about how our citizens are treated. I'm certain most of you have heard Lord Acton's phrase that power tends to corrupt, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. In my opinion, most of you are prime examples of what that phrase refers to. On February 17th, the city held an auction geared toward vendors at Harrigan Centennial Hall. There was no notification of said auction or advertisement that I can find in local media outlets. The only item I can find that may be related is a notification in our local newspaper, the Daily Sentinel, a 3-paragraph article titled Visitor Season Vendors to Meet, which first appeared January 19th on page 3. Mind you, it was not a notice of a public auction. It appears that meeting was only advertised during that week of January. I know there was collusion among some of the bidders, and I certainly don't blame them. And I believe that there was collusion and fraud committed by our city leaders. In order for things to be fair and equal, there are rules according to our code and charter that must be adhered to. You are opening yourselves up to some serious litigation if you don't follow them. I spoke with the manager of the hall yesterday and inquired about the process and got something to the effect that he sent emails to previous vendors as the means of advertisement. If we are truly attempting to get more money for the general fund so we can hire more tourist experts, seasonal hires, or whatever, then the process failed. I spoke with him about his desire to make up for increased costs of supplies, and relayed my thoughts again that those increases shouldn't be a burden to the small businesses that make our town thrive, but may be taken out of the passenger fees or increased sales tax revenue that is collected from the tourists. The cost of living has increased significantly since the COVID pandemic, and it's common sense that the cost of goods will rise. It should also not go without notice that due to said pandemic and curtailment of use of public places during 20 and 21, that of course those costs would go up as use was pretty much non-existent in those places. In closing, I know the majority of you plug your ears and close your minds when I approach this table, and don't care for me as you don't want to acknowledge the truth. I realize this is probably another waste of time. However, silence demonstrates my acquiescence of your actions, and I do not accept them. Thank you for your time. Have a good evening.
I guess this is turned on.
It is, yes.
Okay. My name's Kim Elliott. I've lived in here in Sitka as long as she has. Couple of things. First off, I'm not entirely certain what has been decided about the Harbor Drive improvements. I assume that some of it's going to be addressed next year when they actually start the part around the under and around the bridge. But I'm still feeling like that not only is the country that's going to pay for some of the federal costs, that means everybody pays for it. And then the state ADOT and then the city may pay some. I don't know exactly how much it's actually going to cost each one of those, but I'm not happy with that. Task Force Tourism. Okay. The other thing is I'm going to be having a surgery on the 7th, so I won't be able to attend the Port and Harbor meeting on the 8th. And so I just wanted to point out a few things to you. I've worked for the harbor for 14 years, and I also was on the Alaska State Harbor Masters Association as their executive secretary for almost the same amount of time, actually a little longer. And I did some checking, just so you're aware of this, but apparently the Harbor Department has requested a matching grants fund, which is still an available state entity for the workflow repairs in the amount of $2.6 million. And that they're planning to do work on Sealing Cove and Crescent Harbor at the other end of the floats. What I would like to point out to you is that also boats in the skiff stalls and all the harbors, I got this from a reliable harbor source, but I'm not going to name them, that they're not renting those stalls hardly at all anymore. So they're losing revenue because the rates keep raising so much and there's no graduated rate schedule to say that about. And as an example, I have a 13-foot whaler in the water. The beginning of last year, I was paying $203.49 to keep a 13-foot whaler in Crescent Harbor. And since then, it's gone up to $220.32. And that's about $16 per quarter. And that, with the rate increase you're suggesting, is going to be another impact such as that. And then my father that has bigger boats in the harbor, it's going to be even more, unfortunately, today. Okay.
Thank you.
Anyway, that's my biggest point, because I can't say it later.
Anyone else to address the assembly this evening?
Good evening, Assembly. My name is Richard Ween, and I'd like to welcome all the wolves that are in the audience. This is democracy in action. And an important point, you need to know that there'll be 4 minutes, 50 seconds more of light tomorrow. So we're getting there. March was truly coming in like a lion, and hopefully we'll leave like a salmon. Last time I was here was on Thursday, and it was talking about the utilities. And I had a lot of notes, but I thought there would be many more motions, and I was unable to really speak as eloquently as I normally do because of the lack of time. And the important thing that the real point that I had wished to make at that time was the verisimilitude of the presentation. I've been wanting to use that word in a sentence in a while, and here it is. For example, if you go back to your handouts, in the electrical fund, there was a suggestion or perhaps a false impression that rates would actually decrease. In 23, which you approved, was 4% increase. In 24, there's going to be a 3% increase. And in 25, there's a 2.5% increase. That gives an impression that is probably not true. And that's where the verisimilitude comes in, meaning something that seems to be true. Yet the narrative and other narratives stated long-term capital needs are still undefined. And I think that that's important because you're making these assumptions based on things that you don't know. For example, in Green Lake, you recently approved a $4 million loan and those costs, but you also found out last Thursday that Green Lake will cost an additional $10 million. So my point is, does anybody think that construction costs Fuel costs, parts and labor will go down in the near future or ever. And so when you look at the entire report, there was something missing. And what was missing was that there was a certain part of the truth that was not there. And I don't believe these are going down. It gave a very big false impression. And as I said, to an empty house, since I was the only person there left at the end of the meeting, this is lynchy, which is the Chinese word for death by 1,000 cuts. There's a difference between maintenance of these items in the utilities and expansion. And you have to make the point of who these are being expanded for. If it's not the Sitkins, then you have to reconsider. The important thing to know is that you want reports which represent the true costs. So thank you.
Anyone else for persons to be heard this evening?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll speak. I just wanted to take a brief moment to say thank you to the assembly members sitting at this table and the staff. I really appreciate and have grown to appreciate every one of you. This is, as I've learned my 4 years on, that it's easy to look from outside and complain or make assumptions, but trying to do the real work, sometimes it's very rewarding, sometimes it's very discouraging. And sometimes you feel like you have a victory and then feel like go forward 1 step and back 2 steps. But I believe everyone at this table is serving with a good heart and trying their best to serve this community. And I just want to, staff included, I just want to say thank you.
Anyone else for persons to be heard? Seeing none, we'll move on to consent agenda. I'd like to pull item C, please.
I move to approve the consent agenda consisting of item A, approve the minutes of the February 14th assembly meeting. Item B, approve the following liquor license applications, transfer of ownership, location application from Trinity Business Services LLC, Halibut Point Crab and Brew at 4513 Halibut Point Road, to Marina Pizza and Grill LLC at 201 Catley Street, and a premises diagram application and restaurant designation permit application for Marina Pizza and Grill LLC at 201 Catley Street.
Second.
Has been moved and seconded to approve item A and B on the consent agenda. And is there any public comment?
Good evening, Richard Ween. It's nice to see that the Marina Pizza Bar and Grill, now it can, I guess, be called a bar, because it is a new entity in town, and clearly we would like those to succeed. Unfortunately, in the world we live in, when you have a liquor license, that is where a lot of your profit center can be. So I'm glad they finally got their profit center issued to them. And so I wish them very good luck. Additionally, today I called up the Alaska Commission on Alcohol, and they told me the secret location of where I could look up all the active liquor licenses. And I looked up every single one in Sitka. You'll be amazed how many liquor licenses there are here. And I have the list if anybody is interested and curious. So thank you and good luck, Marina. And I did have a hamburger there, and they are gigantic. Thank you.
Is there any other comment on consent agenda items A and B?
Kim Elliott, Sitka, Alaska. The only one I have is that I would question why, when you do your assembly minutes, you don't ever mention the persons to be heard. and any of the comments they might have had that were on or off the agenda. So I just, for 2 cents worth on that, I'd like to see that everyone that participates and actively takes and cares about Sitka, whether their name is mentioned, but what they might have said should be. Thank you.
Any other public comment, items A and B? Sarah, on A and B?
Okay, on the motion to approve items A and B, Mayor Eisenbeiß,
Yes?
Mr. Pike,
Yes.
Ms. Carlson,
Yes.
Mr. Christensen,
Yeah, yes.
Mr. Yestad,
Yes.
Mr. Mosier,
Yes,
and Ms. Duncan.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0 on item A and B.
Thank you. Kevin, as deputy mayor, I do need to ask for recusal of item C. My business has a business relationship with Northern Lights Indoor Gardens, who's up for a license renewal this evening.
understood.
Thank you.
Take over this one item. So I guess we still have to make a motion. Someone has to make a motion for this.
I move to approve the following marijuana license renewal documents and forward to the Marijuana Control Board without objection. A standard marijuana cultivation facility license renewal application submitted by Jeremy J. Erickson, doing business as Vern's Wicked Weed at 3872 Halibut Point Road, Northern Lights Indoor Gardens LLC at 1321 Sawmill Creek Road, Suites MNO and P, AKO Farms LLC at 1210 Beardsley Way, Van Greens LLC at 224 Smith Street, number D or NE, AKO Farms LLC, doing business as AKO at 213 Price Street. Also, retail marijuana store license renewal application submitted by Northern Lights Indoor Gardens LLC at 1321 Sawmill Creek Road, Suites NO and P. AKO Farms LLC, doing business as AKO Farms Direct at 1210 Beardsley Way. And finally, a marijuana concentrate manufacturing facility license renewal application submitted by AKO Farms LLC at 1210 Beardsley Way.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any public comment on this item?
Richard Ween, speaking on item C. I almost have a contact high listening to all of these businesses that are being listed. I think for a little bit, it's good because of taxes will be going to the travel fund for the kids. But I have to tell you that California, Colorado, and other places which publish their emergency room data show that children and even now elderly individuals, because it ain't like the weed they used to smoke in college, are entering for psychiatric conversions and other types of things, children eating edibles and having other kinds of problems. What adults do sounds good to me, but I do believe that there is something that, people are making money on it, but it does have detrimental effects. And I think in the medical literature that I've been reading, that these are things that are going to be cumulative and are affecting our basic ability to function. I don't want to see kids use the materials, and senior citizens just need to be careful. So don't bogart that joint. Thank you.
Anyone else for persons to be heard? Yeah, just come on up.
Kim Elliott, Max Sudoff, Sitka. I just wanted to say that I think that you can renew these applications for what you have. That's not my problem. My only thing is, I think that we need to limit any additional businesses of this sort or consider doing that. I see the effects frequently where I live because people are going out in the parking lot in front of the Mean Queen and you know, the other bars right down there on Main Street, go to the backside and then they're yelling and screaming and obviously the smell of the marijuana is floating all over the place. And marijuana isn't what it was when I was young. It's like very, very debilitating. And it's been a long time since I've ever even considered touching it. Because the one time I did, I was sleeping about 2 minutes, but that doesn't happen to everybody. Some of them just get wild. Anyway, just want you to take into consideration, there might need to be a limit or a cap put on the number of new businesses that come in. If they want to exchange licenses and sell their businesses to somebody else, no problem with that. Just saying we need to put a little bit of a limit on it. Thank you. And thank you for your patience.
Is there anyone else for public comment on this item? Okay, back to the assembly. Any comments from the assembly? Okay, Sarah?
Okay, on the motion to approve these marijuana license renewal applications, Ms. Duncan,
Yes.
Mr. Yestad,
Yes.
Mr. Christensen,
Yes.
Ms. Carlson,
Yes.
Mr. Mosher,
Yes.
and Mr. Pike.
Yes.
The motion passes 6-0 on item C.
Thank you, Kevin. Appreciate that. Bring us to item D, board, commission, and committee appointments.
I move to appoint Elise Davidson Kitka to an unexpired term on the Health Needs and Human Services Commission and reappoint Casey Campbell to a 2-year term on the Gary Paxton Industrial Park Board.
Second.
It's been moved in second to appoint and reappoint those two individuals. Is there any public comment on the appointments?
Richard Ween. There are a few certainties in this life, but one of them is I will be coming up to give praise to those people who seek to serve the community. In other communities, such as, for example, Juneau, due to lack of volunteer participation, they are looking to combine various boards and commissions in order to get, I'll say, the voluntary business done. Elise Kitka is going for the Health Needs and Human Services for an unexpired time. That's been a tough board, and and I'm glad that Ms. Kitka is stepping up to participate. The other individual is Casey Campbell, and this is for a 2-year term on GPIP. And again, you know, it's GPIP is an interesting place, and it'll be even more interesting when we deal with haul out issues. So I wish both of these individuals good luck. And clearly, if there's anyone out there who wishes to serve, step up. I wonder if there's an age limit. Maybe Wayne Howard can make it a course assignment or something. Anyway.
Anyone else on the appointments? Assembly deliberation? Sarah?
Okay, on the motion to appoint Ms. Kitka and Mr. Campbell, Mr. Christensen,
Yes.
Ms. Carlson,
Yes.
Ms. Duncan,
Yes.
Mr. Pike,
Yes.
Mr. Yestad,
Yes.
Mr. Mosher,
Yes.
and Mayor Eisenbeis.
Yes.
The motion passes 7-0 on item D.
Brings us to unfinished business item E. This is a continuation of a discussion direction decision for the consideration of property tax and utility expense exemption to the Historical Society, Sitka Historical Society, for the terms of their lease in Harrigan Centennial Hall. Last time the assembly had some questions about the revenue side of the Sitka Historical Society. From what I gather, in essence, the ability, if they had the ability to come up with the utilities or the property tax or not. So the director was kind enough to provide us with those documents, and I hope the assembly members have had time to review them. So if anyone else has further conversation to get us to a decision for this evening on those exemptions. Kevin?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you for providing us that information. I appreciate that, and it was very helpful for me seeing that I didn't come at the end of the year. I mean, there is a positive and that's good, but I personally, my opinion, after thinking about it and looking at those financials, I feel like we need to continue it right now. I just need a little more information. So if no one else has anything, I'd like to make a motion just to get this started. Should I do the one motion? Are we doing one motion at a time? Okay. So I move to direct the municipal administrator to prepare an ordinance to extend the property tax exemption for the Sitka Historical Society.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to extend a property tax exemption for Sitka Historical Society. Is there any public comment?
Richard Ween. The Historical Society and what it does for Sitka here in Sitka in this Centennial Hall, I think is a very important service. And part of that service needs to be recognized by an exemption. If the assembly would present to the public all the exemptions that exist out there, I can assure you they will find that the Historical Society would be in very, very good company. So I won't hold my breath for that information, but the bottom line is it is something that is important to do. If you looked at their statement, I think that it is very interesting that this is one of the few type of institutions that literally gave away all of their money to create the entity that we see today. And it's not just the museum, but it's acquisition and storage and all these other things of true gifts to Sitka. This is, I'll say, only $5,000. And I will say it again, probably at the next motion, that imagine what this Centennial Hall would look like when everybody gets off of all those smelly, stinky diesel buses and hang out here in Harrigan Centennial Hall, and that isn't there. As I mentioned last time to an empty room, that what are you going to do? Put in a t-shirt shop or cafe? And bottom line is they need to receive the exemption because it is part of Sitka's process for certain organizations to receive, and I'll call it a gift. And so thank you for considering that, Assembly. And okay, all right. So Ms. Carlson and Ms. Yerstad are the only ones giving me eye contact. Oh, Mr. Pike, thank you.
Anyone else on the property tax exemption for Sitka Historical Society?
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Deputy Mayor, members of the Assembly, thank you. My name is John Stein. I've been here since that seems to be a qualification since 1959, more or less, and have had an opportunity to watch the growth of the Sitka Historical Society and Museum, which at one point occupied 2 small rooms at the corner of the building here, and now has really turned into an attraction that has been recognized as one of the wonderful points of visiting Sitka. I want to start out by saying, when I first got here back from the north and was standing out on the riprap there, looking up Eastern Channel and Silver Bay and looking at the mountaintops, this fellow walked up who was obviously a visitor, and he stood there with me for a while, and he looked out, and then he turned around and he says, "Not much here, is there?" And I thought, what? And that was in 2005. So in the 15, 18 years since then, we have done marvelous things to bring to the attention of our visitors and our public as part of the public trust that this government has to maintain museums and history in its community. Everything from the Ice Age volcanoes, Tlingit Ani, Europeans, Aleuts, fisheries, loggers, mills, World War II, Sheldon Jackson College, US Coast Guard, air and ferry travel, bridge repairs, fire downtown, Mount Edgecombe High School and the University of Alaska Southeast, Public Health Service Hospital and search, and the rise just recently, maybe tonight, of the production of marijuana in town. That's a joke. As a public trust, this is operated by volunteers and 2 paid staff who have a passion for maintaining history. They collect stories from each item that they are given, stories from people reminded by the relics of the past. They relate it to the folks here presently and future members of Sitka. The stories are experienced here from folks who settled in this place from around the world. I ask the local government again to be keeper of the public trust within its means and lower the cost of utilities and exempt property tax. Thank you very much.
Please.
Kim Elliott. I'm going to keep this brief. I just would like to see you continue to support the Historical Society. I have been supporting it financially or with historical donations of items over the years that came from our Fox Farm Island place and other places that my grandmother, stuff that my grandmother had collected. So I hope that you support this. Thank you.
Anyone else on the property tax exemption for Sitka Historical Society? Assembly deliberation? I just want to say, so I was one of the people who was looking for a little bit more information from the Historical Society. Main reason is I had wrongly thought that admissions would have been a little bit higher. It doesn't seem as if a lot of cash comes into the Historical Society through admissions. They're anticipated for 23 in 23, it's anticipated to be $35,000. So a very low sum in all told. Seems about 11,000 visitors come through in the summer. So hopefully with the rise, we'll get a few more people in there, a little bit bump up for the Historical Society. The revenue side from what I saw is not huge. And that's what we would expect from an organization like this, where they are doing a public service that, they're not building huge bank reserves. They're using the funds that they come in for the programs that they have. And that does appear to be the case here. So I know when this first came before the assembly, the goal was to see if they could afford to chip in on some of the property tax, and then the next item as well. In this instance, I feel comfortable going forward with a property tax exemption, and I don't want to say we'll revisit it in the future, but I think exemptions are always open for revisiting. So thank you, Hal, for providing everything you did to continue this conversation. Sarah, on the motion?
Okay, on the motion to direct the municipal administrator to prepare an ordinance to extend the property tax exemption for Sitka Historical Society, Ms. Carlson?
Yes.
Mr. Christensen?
Yes.
Mr. Pike?
Yes.
Mr. Yestad?
Yes.
Ms. Duncan?
Yes.
Mr. Mosher?
Yes.
And Mayor Eisenbeis.
Yes.
The motion passes 7-0.
I move to direct the municipal administrator to extend the utility services exemption for the Sitka Historical Society.
Second.
That's been moved and seconded to extend the utility exemption for Sitka Historical Society. Is there any public comment?
Good evening, Richard Ween here. You need to also extend the utilities exemption to the Sitka Historical Society. There are any number of reasons to do that. It was asked by the Assembly to get the financials. The net that they had last year was $24,000. And I will remind people that they spent 600 plus of their own funds for creating what they did create. If you go in there, if it looks more like a donation box. So if I'm sure more people went in there than actually donated. If they had a dedicated ticket taker and you couldn't get in without it, without dropping $5 in the box or whatever, they may have made more money or potentially less because people, are hurting and they may not want to do it. So the bottom line is, since they allow a good access, it does something for Sitka, for people to see what a little bit of Sitka and its history is. So the fact that there's in essence, a donation box is possibly why they have such a low income per se. Bottom line is, if you look at the other nonprofits that come before the Assembly to obtain funds, and you look at their financial statements, some of them actually have millions of dollars in reserve. And I say millions of dollars. And so yet they still receive the generosity of the Assembly. I think those individuals should be exempt from receiving nonprofits. If you looked at the reserves of the Historical Society, it's $124,000, which is not a lot. And if the past is the guide to the future, they spent it all on the service of their mission. So I can only say there's only one way to go with this, and that is to grant the utilities exemption. This is not a freestanding building that they're having to heat. The very fact that they're in this building, the $16,000 that is being charged is probably due to a percent square footage of this building. And therefore, it is in essence not really costing the city as much as you might imagine. All you do is have to keep the doors open and it will be heated. So I think this, in essence, makes no sense. So please be generous with the Historical Society and grant them this utilities exemption. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Assembly members. I'm Rachel Roy and I'm with the Chamber. One thought that came to mind as this conversation went around the Historical Society is that when this building was built, there were plans for physical signs to go up around the campus. And I don't believe that there was ever a sign put up for the Historical Society outside the building. It is included in some of the wayfinding and different attractions maps, but that could be a really helpful way to help support this asset that's in our beautiful Centennial Hall. Thank you.
Anyone else on the utility exemptions for Sitka Historical Society? Assembly deliberation? Kevin?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just basically ditto what you said for the last one. I need more information, and I had thought maybe, there was a little extra to kind of, if you guys were more on your feet, but I'm comfortable with supporting this item. And then if in the future, if things explode or, something great like that happens, then we can revisit that.
Tor?
Yeah, well, I understand the desire to see more numbers and things. I was really never, I think it would have taken a whole lot of persuading for me to not grant these exceptions. And if, I see them as providing a service to us here. And I don't have a problem at all with continuing this, and there's a reason why we've done it for years, and it makes it a little more interesting when we're waiting for assembly meetings and things and being down here, our second home, to go take a look at some of these things. So no, I don't have a problem with this.
Yeah, I appreciate the Assembly's due diligence on this one. I think granting both of these exemptions without a little bit of due diligence could be errorous in our ways. May also set an example for perhaps some other exemptions that maybe do need a look at again. I don't know if that exists, but without the due diligence, you don't know. So I appreciate the Assembly's efforts on this. While Hal has to miss 2 dinners in a row, I think he'll be fine with that for this exemption as well. John, if you could just, for my knowledge, is this burden going to come out of the general fund, or does this burden come out of the electrical fund?
Well, if we're talking just specifically on the utility.
On the utility, yeah.
it
Would the
will
general
come-
fund pay the utility, or would the utility absorb the cost?
My understanding is and Melissa's not here, she's not feeling well, but my understanding is it would be absorbed by the electric fund. And unless there's some sort of subsidization that we have in the general fund, which I've not seen, the only thing we have going for the Historical Society from the general fund is the monetary donation every year.
Okay, thank you. That was my understanding as well. I just wanted to confirm that we were on the same page there. Anything else from the Assembly? Sarah?
Okay, on the motion to direct the municipal administrator to extend the utility services exemption for Sitka Historical Society, Mr. Yestad,
Yes.
Mr. Christensen,
Yes.
Mr. Pike,
Yes.
Mr. Mosher,
Yes.
Mr. Eisenbach,
Yes.
Ms. Duncan,
Yes.
and Ms. Carlson.
Yes.
The motion passes 7-0.
So we are slightly before the top of the hour, but before we go into new business, I'd like to take a brief recess. Assembly members, be seated when you're ready, please. Thank you. All right, thank you, everybody. We will jump back into our agenda tonight with new business, item F.
I move to approve ordinance 2023-03 on first reading, making supplemental appropriations for fiscal year 2023, mid-year supplemental appropriations.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. John, do you have an introduction for this item?
Yeah, Mayor, thank you. I'll just give the quick introduction of what we're doing, and then I can answer questions after public comment. But basically, towards the middle of every fiscal year, we do an analysis of the budget, and we look at areas that are on track and areas that might not be on track. And it's not as simple as, if we have individual items under a certain budget appropriation, we can't really move funding from one to the other. So this is that mid-year adjustment. And I can provide the details when we get to that point, but I'll leave it right there for the explanation for this point.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Is there any public comment on ordinance 23-03 supplemental appropriations?
Good evening, Richard Ween. This is item F of supplemental appropriations. It's called supplemental appropriations, but that's only the topic sentence because these all have amounts. The total amount of the supplemental appropriations are $285,000 approximately. Human Resources will get $89,000 basically for the negotiations that were dealt with the various unions. The assessing office is getting $2,300 for personnel training. Centennial Hall gets $295 for training. IT, information technology, is asking for $20,000 for an HR system, which will help people manage their applications throughout the system. The central garage is getting $28,000 for a brushing tool for FERC maintenance. I wondered if they can explain why it didn't work with the state, and I was wondering what the issue was. But there's really one of the issues was the water fund, which wants an increase of $100,000, and one of the reasons was an uptick in water main breaks. Now, I would certainly like to hear a report on water main breaks. We know that we have the cast iron piping, and certainly remember the Sawmill Creek break at that time. I think that cost a great deal of money, but part of it was that it was incorrectly laid. And also around Swan Lake and so forth, it was discovered that there are bolts that maybe should not have been placed, which are corroding at a much higher rate. By the way, cast iron pipes should last about 100 years. But the important thing is that because of these structural issues, I think it's important that we get a report as to what is thought about the future is for water mains here in Sitka, because it seems like they are accumulating more rapidly than usual. And so that's about it. But I think the water main issue is something very serious and can cost a great deal of money. And I'd like to hear the thoughts of Public Works. And is there any preventative things we can do, or do we just wait until they break? So it's about $285,000, and that's a lot of supplemental. So and it's needed. So thank you.
Any other public comment on item or ordinance 23-03? Assembly deliberation? Sure.
Yeah, I think a comment here on what a budget is and isn't, and it's an estimate. Is what it is at the beginning. I mean, and we get spoiled because they're usually really good estimates. But on the size of our budget, which if you include all the enterprise funds, is what, pushing 50 million. So that this is actually a really small amount of items for a midpoint on it, something like this. So it's gonna, we're gonna have these every time because the real world hit. And I have no problems with this. They all look reasonable and you know, we have to do this. It's just part of the deal because as much as our finance and administration try and have a crystal ball, they're not perfect. So I appreciate how accurate it is, not how inaccurate. So thank you.
John, I do have some questions on the water fund, specifically. So I know that fund is one of ours that is borderline break even, not necessarily putting away capital. An extra $170,000 in that fund is going to be a pretty substantial jump in expenses. How do we anticipate covering that at this point?
I'm looking for Michael to come up here, but typically, whenever there's an increase in any one of the funds, it's going to be covered by rate increases, but those is what we've planned in for the next fiscal year budget.
Thank you, Michael. Appreciate it.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
So the water fund, generally a tighter fund balance there, a tighter utility account, not putting away a bunch of capital. How do we anticipate covering the $170,000 increase in expenditures out of that fund?
Well, that's all put into the rate model that Melissa puts together that predicts the rate increases necessary for that to be sustainable. So everything in terms of those expenses are built into that model, as is the capital program, the debt service, every predicted expense, and generates the rates that are needed to sustain that. So the citizens' rates pay every bit of expense in those enterprise funds.
Okay, so with this, we don't anticipate another 0.5% increase necessary. This has already been budgeted on the revenue side, just wasn't necessarily covered on the expense side.
I'm not tracking the question. Sorry. I
So
have to get
this,
more into the.
We're not going to need any supplemental or we're not going to need any subsidization from general fund. We're not going to need another 0.5% in rate increase in order to cover these unanticipated expenses.
Everything we put forward in general sense, and this included, is always built into our rate models to the best of our ability to make sure they're covered by rates, and we're not looking to subsidize our enterprise funds. I know that happens at times, but that would be a very special action that we would always call out very clearly if we're heading down the path to subsidize enterprise funds. And I don't want to speak too much for Mr. Leach in terms of the management of that, but that's been the practice through my career here, to be very strict to maintain them as enterprise standalone funds.
Yes, correct. I just wanted to make sure that we're not tanking the integrity of this fund by this. It sounds like $100,000 has already been spent, but the 70,000 is going to come out in addition to. So really just looking for the integrity of the fund and making sure that it's going to continue to be as strong as it needs to be going forward, as we are in budget cycle right now. So I appreciate that. Does anyone else have questions for Michael Harmon while he's up here? Appreciate you, Michael. Thank you.
Yep.
Anything else on the Crystal?
Yeah, mine, my questions were answered by John when we met yesterday, but the three that were brought up in my mind as I've read the memo, and first off, Melissa always does a great job of presenting information to us. I had questions about the human resources line, because it says we're requesting, and I guess my question was that it was a busy year for human resources. They did a lot of contract negotiations that took place. And the way that I read it, it said it would kind of pay off the remainder of that contract. And it would also set aside money so that we could complete the salary study, which is going to happen in this fiscal year. So that total expense made sense to me. And John, please jump in if I'm
No, there's a lot going on in this fund and you started to hit some of it. I think the amount in contract purchase services was not set appropriately at the beginning of this year. I don't think we anticipated. Actually, I'll be honest, I think we forgot to include the amount for the contract negotiations for the renegotiations on those union agreements. So there was a line item already for contracted purchase services, and we paid the negotiator out of that line item. But that's the same line item that we were going to use for the compensation study. So this is correcting that oversight and allowing those programs to continue as planned. So there's a lot of things happening in HR. It was not just focused on the contract negotiation fees.
And then when it came to the central garage, I had a question about that one because it referenced traded services and I guess my question was in the amount of, and it seemed like being able to calculate dollar for dollar and what the trade-off is. I think the listing was that it was no longer advantageous. So we're going to buy the equipment and just handle it on our end. And that way we're not trading with a service that we don't know what we're getting in return for. And then the Marine Services Center, the way that I read it, it was just shifting money from one fund to another. So those are my questions with respect to this. Again, Melissa lays it out very well for us to understand where we're at. And that made sense to me. So thank you for that clarification, John.
Anything else from the assembly? Kevin?
Yeah. There's a lot, seems like there's a lot going on and there's all really good questions. And I'm just saying, I do appreciate the fact that sometimes, like Tor said, sometimes it's a budget, it's an estimate. And I think overall, the city does a really good job of trying to estimate and coming within pretty close to that. There are sometimes things that just come up. But I'm willing to support this.
And John, going forward, just make sure we get Centennial Hall back on track, because that $300 is a pretty big one there. So I want to make sure that Tony's aware that he better get that one next time. Sarah, on the ordinance, please.
Okay, on the motion to approve ordinance 2023-03 on first reading, Mr. Mosher,
Yes.
Ms. Carlson,
Yes.
Mr. Pike,
Yes.
Mayor Eisenbais,
Yes.
Mr. Yestad,
Yes.
Mr. Christensen,
Yes.
and Ms. Duncan.
Yes.
The motion passes 7-0 on first reading.
Brings us to item G, please.
I move to approve the shared services agreement between the city and borough of Sitka and the city of Whittier for dispatch services to the Whittier and Girdwood service area, and authorize the municipal administrator to execute the document.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. John, you had Chief Beatty to introduce this item to us.
I'll introduce it, but Chief Beatty could continue to come up and he can answer some of the questions. But I'll give a brief overview. Is the city of Whittier put out an RFP looking for somebody to assist with their dispatch services. We responded to that RFP with an amount of $55,000, and our term was for a 2-year base contract with the option of 3 one-year extensions. And I also want to clarify that there was a mistake. I think the assembly was emailed the correct contract today, but there was a mistake in the language in the contract that Whittier sent. But the intent of us taking on this contract is to hopefully use these funds to, well, first of all, it's a system that already works with our system, and to use these funds to direct towards potentially increasing the wage for the dispatcher positions and make this a little more appealing and try to get more people in the door to fill that recruiting need. But sorry, I hope I didn't steal all your thunder there, Chief.
I have nothing left to say. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Assembly members. Yes, as everybody's aware, dispatch has been a position that's been hard for us to recruit and retain personnel. In looking at that, the lieutenant and I have looked at different ways and means to do this, and this opportunity came up to actually help us potentially with hiring, retention, providing efficiency of services, and if I didn't say training as well. So Lieutenant Ashe has extensive background in managing dispatch centers in his prior police departments. And, you know, in considering this, we did consider what the impacts would be for our department. As I think most of you recognize, it is a unique way for at least a medium-sized department like us to address our needs and potentially fulfill our deficiencies, our areas where we need help. So, you know, some of the questions I know that have come up is, how will this impact personnel? And what I can say is, and if we need really hard numbers, I brought Lieutenant here to bore you and bedazzle you with you know, the minute numbers, but literally what it comes down to is the extra services that we'd be taking on with Whittier contract would be minutes a day. And I'd like to take the opportunity to point out, just recently, within probably about 3 weeks ago, Lieutenant and I were going home for the evening, and we stopped and talked to dispatch, and one of the persons at the console there was asking about a process that didn't make any sense to them, and we asked about it, and they showed us, and it turns out this was an archaic process that didn't need to be happening anymore, and we immediately suspended it. It was this process called arrest cards, and literally tracked everybody from the first minute we had contact with them all the way through to sentencing and jail and all that. There's other means to do that now. They get court view and of course national databases and whatnot, but that process alone, as we discovered, was taking these dispatchers 3 to 4 hours a day. And by getting rid of that, I mean, we just freed up a whole bunch of time. The other things that, you know, through the evaluation of the services we do in dispatch, we've cut out a lot of other mundane things that, you know, that's just the way they always did it in Sitka type attitude. And, you know, the efficiencies that are happening in dispatch are so much more streamlined that I truly do not see this as a hindrance to any services that we can provide our own citizens and or Whittier. And I'd also like to point out, with the same model, we've taken on the fire department's dispatch, and there's been no hiccups in that. And of course, I can't speak for Chief Warren, but I think he would agree with me that their response times has increased, and their ability to deal with the true nature of their calls has increased. So as Mr. Leach already pointed out, there's really no training curve for us, because the process and the computer programs and whatnot that Whittier uses are the same as ours. We pick up zero paperwork associated with this. Is literally going to be data entry and phone calls. And when we talk about the overall numbers, and these are the gross numbers, Whittier normally handles about 4,000 calls for service a year. And out of that, we literally just tracked recently, today, had the lieutenant pull numbers for me. About 80% of those calls are self-initiated, meaning that the officers are going doing security checks or some kind of public appearance type thing. So there's what that translates to us is there's no effort on dispatch's part to literally log that as a call for service for them. They have a different community, their needs and their operations are different, and I think they'll mesh well with ours. So I would encourage the assembly to give this some due consideration and pass it. I think it'd be a good thing for as I said, the hiring, the retention, the training, and efficiencies of service.
Great. Thank you, Chief, for the introduction. If we do have any questions, we can call you back up after public comment.
Thank you.
Bring us to public comment on item 23-031.
Good evening, Richard Ween. This is item G, shared services agreement with City of Whittier for dispatch services. As Chief Beatty had mentioned, dispatch has been a tough item for the department to handle. And I think that this is a very creative and unique approach for this by getting an additional $55,000 a year into our kitty for, I'll say, dispatch. So I think this is something that's very good. Overall, of interest is that Whittier, I'll say it, has 272 people. So we're not dealing with lots and lots of people. And apparently they reviewed Whittier's numbers and there are only 4,000 calls, which makes about 11 calls per person, which seems like a lot, but hopefully that will not interfere with the business for Sitka. 272 into 55,000 is $202 for every citizen of Whittier. Bottom line here is that this really represents mutual aid. When you're down south and you have a fire, other communities will help if the fire is bigger than what you can use. And in an age where we hear the Rasmussen folks talking about broadband and having this new setup here in Alaska, I think that, and with Governor Dunleavy talking about inability to get trained individuals into the state, the concept of mutual aid, especially in something like dispatch, which you can view as almost like a 911 kind of deal. And I know big cities have centralized services for that. Manhattan, you know, it's not like they have 20 different areas. They have one central service. So I think that this idea could potentially morph into something which would be very good. And we can share the dispatchers around the state and deal with the technology that we currently have to, you know, help us run our city in the same way that we're going to help Whittier. So I think this is a good idea, and I really think it needs to spread as a form of mutual aid because we do have the technological abilities to do that. So I think this is a good vote for yes. We'll see how it goes, and it turns out to be very creative. Thank you.
Any other public comment on 23-031? Assembly deliberation? Tor?
Yeah, I was reading my packet while I was out of town last week in Girdwood. And so I kind of laughed to the idea that if I needed help, that I would call Sitka. Actually, and I've actually got a fair amount of experience with both the Girdwood Fire Department and the Whittier Fire Department with my job. And I think the vast majority of the calls will be not for citizens because Girdwood has a lot of, or both Girdwood and Whittier are huge recreation areas for the Anchorage area. But I think this is cool. There was a state initiative a few years ago called ALMR, which stands for Alaska Land Mobile Radio, which I think kind of went by the wayside, but that because of the work done on that, I'm not sure exactly how this is going to work, but I believe it's pretty easy now that in theory, I could grab my fire department radio and talk to somebody in Nome directly. So it is kind of cool. And I think this is, I was kind of heartened to see that this went out, that it was a way to, I know it's a phrase that's overused, but to think outside the box. And it makes sense for us to, as a we're a big city by Alaska standards to use our resources. And that I kind of hope this leads on to, there's a lot of little places. I mean, we could be dealing with Copper River next, so we'll see.
Crystal?
Yeah, again, I had a lot of questions for John, but I think those have been resolved. I have basically two questions. So one has to do with the motion. Is the assumption that the motion that was made is for the corrected document?
Yes, I'm the one who made the motion. So yeah, yes.
I would back him on that, that the errors were clerical, such as a phone number, a mailing address, and a misspelled word, being very clerical in nature. When it was brought to my attention, we found it advisable to go forward.
And the term of the contract, so the date too. I think that was the biggest revision. So it sounds fine. I just wanted to make sure that it was a corrected document. And then the second one is following the 2-year period, which is what we earned an award or the contract for. It could be anywhere from 2 to 5 years, but I understand with respect to funds generated can promote better recruitment. What happens at the end of that 2-year period if it's not extended? I know that we raised it. Is the understanding that it goes back? I mean, the salary study is going to happen separate of that, and maybe that increases dispatch wages. But is the understanding if we don't have this coming in, that employees will go back to the reduced wage?
Well, I want to be very careful here because when we talk about salary studies, salaries for represented employees have already been set through the bargaining agreements. And as far as whether or not the salary will go up and how long it will stay, that's to be determined throughout we have to do what's called a letter of agreement with the bargaining unit. So we'll still need to work that piece out to get the specifics nailed down.
Okay, because that was my second question is how does it affect those negotiated contracts? So, okay, thank you.
Tim?
Yes, so Chief Beatty also made this presentation to the Police and Fire Commission. Although they didn't take any action on it, I think everybody there was in favor of this particular action and how it could improve dispatch particularly. So I think people felt that was a really good point.
Chris?
I know when I first saw this, we've had correspondence saying, and just everything with the PD right now, how they're short-staffed, and I was definitely concerned. I know when I first read it, but I think as going through it and then having Chief Beatty come up and explain it out, it's definitely alleviated those concerns that they can handle the extra workload. I definitely appreciate, we've been using this a lot here in this discussion, but a creative way of finding different revenue sources for recruitment and retention. So this is definitely something I'll support, and I appreciate the work and everything that Chief Beatty's put in.
I as well had a concern about the staffing and the workload put on a smaller staff than should be there right now. Fortunately, I had the opportunity to talk with John Leach and Jim from Whittier at our Alaska Municipal League conference, and it really did ease a lot of my concerns. Specifically, one clause that was called out is the early termination clause. If we find out that this isn't working for Sitka, we do have a 60-day out, which was very important to me, that should it not work, we can get out. Valdez was the town with the previous contract. If it worked for them, I'm pretty sure we could find a way to make it work here. And then Kevin, you had something?
No, it's fine. Yeah, I'll support this. I did meet with Chief Beatty a couple weeks ago, and he told me about some of the efficiencies they found, which is alleviated some of my concerns. Because if you were to just read this, you think, well, it's just going to add a bunch of work on something that on a job where there's not as many as desired positions filled. But after hearing some of the information tonight, as well as the fact that there are efficiencies, so it shouldn't overload the workers. And I do think this is a creative solution. I think that's the word people are looking for. I do appreciate that. I was concerned about the numbers, some numbers, but you did mention that the 4,000 a year. And when you break that down, it's not, you feel it's not an overwhelming amount. It's actually very doable. So I do agree we should support this. I do think Crystal brought up a good point, though, as far that I hadn't even thought of, was if this doesn't work out or we do it for a year, how is that going to affect their wages? It would be my hope that if it didn't work out, that we would have an ability to, go back to the previous wages, because otherwise we're taking money to increase wages and then taking the money that we got back to be able to increase it. So I would hope that that would be the case, and I believe that you will in your negotiations. So I'm going to support this. I think it's a good idea. Thank you.
Anything further from the assembly? Sarah?
Okay, on the motion to approve the shared services agreement, Ms. Duncan,
Yes.
Mr. Mosher,
Yes.
Mayor Eisenbeiß,
Yes.
Mr. Yestad,
Yes.
Mr. Christensen,
Yes.
Ms. Carlson,
Yes.
and Mr. Pike.
Yes.
The motion passes 7-0 on item G.
Bring us to item H.
I move to approve resolution 2023-07 on first and final reading, authorizing the municipal administrator to apply for and execute a grant with the U.S. Department of Transportation, USDOT, Federal Highway Administration, FHWA, for $606,000 to support the Wachusett Storm Sewer Rehabilitation Project.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the resolution. John, did you have an introduction? You and Michael?
I'm gonna need Michael to do this introduction. There's a lot of if-then statements in the match formula here, so thanks, Michael.
Good evening, Michael Harmon, Public Works Director. This is a project to replace a culvert underneath Wachusett Street. And this is for Peterson Creek that runs underneath that street. The existing culvert is extremely undersized, it's structurally failing, and acts as a partial to the complete barrier for salmon and fish to go up to the majority of the spawning grounds in that creek. There's about almost 2 kilometers of fish habitat up above Wachusett's that you'd like to see the fish be able to get to. In addition, these culverts are, of course, well past due to be replaced as part of our normal maintenance that needs to be done, so we don't end up with a sinkhole in these roads. This is a kind of sister project, very similar to the Peterson Street project just down from the high school we did a few years ago, where you see us put in a large structural culvert that has the capacity to put in a full stream bed in the bottom of it. And, we're seeing tremendous results from that. It was impressive sitting in with the fish and game, who's been studying how much coho and pinks and so forth that we're getting up above that culvert now that haven't been seen before. Wachusett isn't very far up from that, so we'd like to continue that growth up into the fish habitat. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service continues to be a partner on this project as they did in Peterson and helping with the grant submittals. We've tried 3 grants now. You've seen me before you several times. We just keep trying and trying on this project to reduce the impacts to the general fund doing such a large culvert like this. We have secured so far $200,000 through the Alaska Sustainable Salmon Fund. And we're looking now to try, we haven't done this program yet through USDOT Federal Highways for the $606,000 request that requires a 20% match. We're only at the $606,000 for it. We'd like to do more. You can see the funding gap under the fiscal note, or targets 1.6 million. With this award, we would still only be at just over $1 million. So still short, gets us a lot closer to the mark. Really what holds us up is we're only comfortable with the existing general fund amount that's dedicated to this project to match up to 121,200, which is that 20% that gets you to the 606,000. So that's what we have to work with currently in the funds, and trying to maximize that and get as close as we can. We continue to, of course, look for other grant opportunities and as low a match grants too as we can find. And there's some out there that may have lower match than this that we're looking to pursue as well to get that remaining 600,000 accomplished. With that.
Thank you, Michael. If the assembly does have additional questions, we'll be sure to call you up.
Okay.
I'm sure there will be. I wouldn't go far. Is there any public comment on resolution 23-07?
Good evening, Richard Ween. This is, as been mentioned, a grant for $606,000 to the U.S. Department of Transportation Federal Highway Administration for the Wachusett Storm Sewer Rehabilitation Project. As was mentioned, what is currently there is inadequate and act as a barrier for a salmon passage. I like the term anadromous, and this is an anadromous stream. It cost $1.6 million, and we have $1 million apparently put aside, and we need $600,000 more. If I read it correctly, there's a 20% match. These are all important because if these were barriers and act as barriers now, and they are requiring replacement, it means that it's been a barrier for quite a long time. And I certainly hope that we are granted this money. But the question becomes, this is kind of like 3 times at bat, and we weren't successful. And it seems that so many of these projects are actually dependent on granting. So clearly, you need to grant the authority for this grant to be initiated. But the question is, what happens if we don't get it? Is this on the high priority list to take money from the general funds to complete that $600,000? Where does it sit? And I think these things are important to know. We hear that we may get a collapse of this particular culvert. So I'd like to know as a citizen where this all stands. The money part is big. But the key here is, where does this fit into our future plans? And if we are unsuccessful, how do we plan to remedy it? I like Plan A, Plan B, and Plan Cs. So thank you.
Any other public comment on resolution 23-07? Assembly deliberation? Oh, Michael, I prepared you, but Sarah, on the resolution?
Okay, the motion to approve resolution 2023-07 on first and final reading. Mr. Pike,
Yes.
Mr. Yestad,
Yes.
Mayor Eisenbais,
Yes.
Ms. Duncan,
Yes.
Mr. Christensen,
Yes.
Mr. Mosier,
Yes.
and Ms. Carlson.
Yes.
The motion passes 7-0.
This will bring us to item I, which is a discussion direction decision on applying for the Transportation Alternatives Program projects and match commitments. Number 1 is for safety improvements for the crossing for the state right-of-way Sawmill Creek Road at Raptor Way. And number 2 for the state right-of-way Harbor Drive Improvement Safe Pedestrian Crossing Project. This is a This is going to be one we're going to have to work through assembly. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of questions on it. I had a lot of questions. I recently just sat in a meeting with DOT to talk about this. And we still have, even DOT had a lot of questions on this process. So we're going to do the absolute best we can to describe what's going on. Also understand that this is not the final end all be all. We can still go down through the process. And if the assembly gets to a point where they're uncomfortable going forward with these projects, we can stop going forward. I think the big decision tonight is going to be, are we interested in a crosswalk at Raptor Way? And are we interested at a crosswalk at Harbor Drive? So John, did you or Melissa have anything additional on this one for us this evening?
It's definitely Melissa's turn on this one. Again, I sat in the same DOT meeting with you, and I still have a lot of questions, but Melissa's very, very educated on this and probably can guide us all through it.
Thank you.
Thanks. Good evening, Mayor and Assembly members. Melissa Henshaw, Public and Government Relations Director. So tonight before the Assembly is a decision to partner with the State of Alaska Department of Transportation and Public Facilities. It's in order to create safer crossings due to the influx of visitors. We all know changes in the industry, so this has prompted us to advocate for these state projects. Essentially, our goal here is to make these crossing projects a priority with DOT so that we can get state and federal funds committed. These are grants that are passed through the federal entities to the state, and then local governments can access these. They aren't available straight through to local governments through the federal agencies. So if we'd like to move up on the DOT's priority list, then we would include local match funding, which would come from the CPV funds. This opportunity is the same funding that has been received for the Sitka Seawalk Phase 2 project. So it's where the city is the sponsor and then the state is the manager of the project. So like the Seawalk, once the facility is complete, the city takes over the maintenance and operation of it. So let me give you a little bit of history of this grant process. It's been a little bit different. In October, we floated the crossing projects to DOT to include on their priority list. They suggested we submit a project nomination as a notice of intent to apply and to work on the final details following that step. They noted that then it would be likely a co-sponsor situation and that the state would pay the minimum of the 9.03% match. After much communication with DOT, they came back to the city and determined that the city would need to apply and sponsor the project, but that DOT would do the scope, schedule, and estimate. The notice of intent to apply was a paragraph sent in to DOT, and DOT would refine the scope and costs. So we reached out when the deadline was fast approaching, which was February 28th, to notify them that we needed the scope, schedule, and estimate in order to get a resolution from the Assembly. DOT stated that the draft application would be sufficient and encouraged us so that they could start the scoring on some of the criteria while we waited for the financial commitments and resolutions. So they noted that there was flexibility in the work with us on the application details after the application deadline because their workload on the scope, schedule, and estimate piece. This is typically not how we do grant opportunities. So it feels a bit backwards in the process by submitting the draft application prior to Assembly approval, but without DOT completing the scope, schedule, and estimate, we didn't know what we would be asking for a match commitment-wise from the Assembly. So we felt like this was the best route to go. The scope, schedule, and estimates were received on February 13th for these two projects. DOT stated that the projects are determined to be competitive and then would advance to the resolution phase, which was needed by early May, and that hopefully the timeline and details give us some cushion with the Assembly process. So staff felt like this could be a route for us to show DOT the need for the improvement, especially with the passenger count skyrocketing and the fear of somebody getting seriously injured. We also felt that it was important to have the stake in the project to allow for us to advocate for the crossings so that we can make them similar to the other ones throughout town, such as the Peterson, Edgecombe Drive, Sommel Creek, for example. If the Assembly has interest in these projects, the next decision would be to include or not a match commitment. An additional match from local government would raise the projects on the DOT's priority list. So I'd be happy to take questions, but I also have Amy and Michael Harmon in the back for those really difficult ones.
Thank you. Appreciate that overview. Does anyone have questions for Melissa while she's up here about this project?
I guess you probably don't even have the answer, but at what point would we see what they're talking about? I mean, I know we're saying a crosswalk, but I mean, that could be a lot of different things. I mean, that could be a stoplight, that could be painted, 2 stripes painted on the road. I mean, any idea on the timeline when we would have an idea of what we're talking about?
Well, they have completed the scopes, and so they are looking at the similar crossings like we have, the lighted ones with the stripes on the street.
Anything else for Melissa? Thank you. Appreciate that overview. We may call you back up if we have further questions. So this one was an interesting one for me as we were trying to work through it to get it on the agenda. As I was talking earlier, we didn't exactly know the full scope, the full scale. The other decision point that I had forgot to mention was the match. Is the assembly desirous of using CPV funds in order to improve our match on this? In talking with DOT personnel, if we don't match, essentially, we're saying we don't want this project. They encouraged us to go to the maximum tier of match, which was really weird. It was like in between like 12 and 15% got you the same amount of points. So if we contribute an extra 5.01%, that gets us just into that 12% tier in order for these projects to happen. I also personally had some concerns about some of the crosswalks and impeding traffic flow and what that would do to our citizens. I understand that the crosswalk mainly is for the benefit of the citizen, but then the flip side of it came around that I'm doing this to help prevent accidents with for our citizens. I don't want anyone who lives here to accidentally run into someone with their car because they're running across the street on Sawmill Creek. If you ever have an idea of how much that's utilized, look at the gravel path that's been beaten into the shrubs right in front of Raptor Way, and you'll get an idea of how widely used that is. So it's a safety hazard for our locals, and it's a point of concern because I really don't want any of our drivers to be caught in an accident there. I think I'm in favor of going forward with them. And I say that pausingly because we haven't seen everything. We don't know everything that's going on. However, the safety for our community with this is going to improve. So at this time, I'm in support of going forward with these grant applications and then contributing an additional 5.01% match to that. So that's just kind of my thoughts after having met with DOT on this item just several days ago. JJ?
It says here, first paragraph fiscal note, AEDOT and PF suggest 1% contribution to earn 2 points. Was that something different that you heard in your meeting with them? To you, John or Stephen?
We can do an additional 1% for the 2 points. If we go up to the 3 points, it's anticipated that not as many projects will, and just gives us a higher competitive advantage. As these are mainly funded through the state, it is anticipated that there is going to be a high number of applications. In fact, that's why they're backlogged on a lot of the figures, because they've had so many applications, they have not had time to run through them. So if that gives you an idea of how competitive we need to be, and then that puts us in one of those scopes or one of those match categories. John and then Kevin.
I just want to add that this is, I know you all know this, but I want the public to hear it as well. This is a discussion direction decision item. Staff's just looking for that guidance on what we should, build the application with. The assembly will be presented with a support resolution. I think, is it mid-March, Melissa? We'll come back with a support resolution with the match commitment in there, and that's the time that we'll make the actual vote on it.
So question for John. I know this may be a silly question, but this is not going to mess with or impede the DOT, state DOT's plan to install a left-hand turn signal at the downtown light, right? Because they committed to that, right?
They've committed to that, and from my understanding, it's not going to have any effect.
Okay. Sorry. I currently think it's a good idea. I'd like to hear what other members think. And this may be a naive question, but I'm just dumbfounded at how much it's going to cost each project. I understand when you put in, studies or proposals, and then if you get lighting, but it just seems like a lot of money, but I guess there's nothing we can do about that. So right now I would be okay with adding the additional 5.01 as long as it came out of the CPV funds.
Yeah, especially since we're gonna actually vote on this later. I don't have a problem with putting it forth that way. I too thought it was a little high, but then I thought about, okay, extra street lights, and probably some sort of a pushing, button to flashing lights and things that, or we get Bubba out there with some white paint. But anyway, especially since we're not actually voting on this now, I don't mind seeing what comes out of it. And if we're going to do it, we should do it. And I'm going to call it CPEP because that's what we used to call it, funds that can cover it. And it probably this wouldn't be this year, would it, John? This would be next year, right?
When construction would happen, or
Yeah, or when you had, I mean, this wouldn't come from this year's CPAP funds. It'd be next year's probably.
Potentially, I don't know what the timing looks like on when the grant award would actually come out, but it will come out of the appropriate fiscal year's funding.
Tim?
Yeah, I'm in favor of this as well. I think largely, as Tor said, I think this is the beginning part of the process. So, we need to find out what this would entail, and we can always, change our mind later down the road here, it sounds like. But I doubt solar is going to work real well there across from the Raptor Center.
It's not very dark and shaded down that. And that's why it's 1.7 million to run the power lines, and it's not Tor out there with a paint can and a bucket. And Chris?
Because it's coming from the CPEP funds or whatever the new acronym is. That way I can move forward with it. If it was out of any other fund, no way. But I totally agree with Kevin. The estimates here are astronomical. I mean, I've done dirt work, I've done groundwork. Yeah, I'm a little blown away by that. But whatever, it is what it is, I guess. So, but yeah, considering where the money's coming from, I can agree with continuing down this road for a little while.
Crystal?
I do have a question about the timeline because I wrote down a couple of different figures. I had April 17th initially from my conversation with John, and then I heard from Melissa and John tonight, a couple different ones, mid-March, and then I heard early May. And maybe we don't have a sure timeline, but which of those is more likely for the resolution to come back, and then the timeline for when we proceed and make that final decision?
I'm Melissa Henshaw, Public and Government Relations Director. So the March 14th Assembly meeting is when the resolutions will come back with the match amount. The awarded funds will be in after May. They're meeting in May about it, so we should hear something May or June. And then there's going to be an agreement that you have to come up with. So sometimes that can take minimum of 6 months.
Thank you. And then I had the same thought as far as the funding. So it looks like if we did both projects and we did the maximum 5.01%, that comes out to about 162,000. And that is different when it comes from cruise passenger funds that are set aside and allocated. That feels real good. I don't think we'll quite know until March 14th. Is that correct? When we'll make a decision as far as where we allocate that funding from for that match?
That's what will be in the support resolution is allocating the funding from there.
JJ?
Can I have a little more understanding on where the crosswalk in front of the Centennial Building would be? Is it closer to the library, kind of right out from the plaza, like in that curve somewhere? Thank you. Mhm.
So it's still in the design phase, but we'll let Public Works.
Yeah, I mean, this is just the grant submittal at this point, so the engineers haven't even really been involved, but to throw some rough costs at it. And you can see those are very high costs. I could speak to that just briefly since I'm hearing that stressed a bit, that probably the only way you would get to those kind of costs is considering things like refuge islands in the middle. The Peterson Street, I don't know if you ever saw the concept that DOT had on that for the crossing at McDonald's there. They had a refuge island. They had quite a bit of lighting that they're adding, and then also what we call the RFB lighted push button crossings that we have at Etchcombe. Those are actually pretty cheap. So the bulk of your cost is in the paving and the islands and the lighting. And in the close proximity, Centennial Hall is very challenged in that location with the driveways. And I think that's what you're catching on. I'm very curious to see where the best location for that. Also, the proximity to the signal is real challenged. And part of that budget, I need to ask DOT, could be going into a system that's integrated with the signal so you don't get delay. It's coordinated, so you're only allowing crossings just like the signal does when the right legs are going, because you don't want it backing up into the signal when people are crossing. So there's a lot of integration that can happen with the modern technologies and going a step above the paintbrush and some lighting.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. So at this point, I'm not hearing any opposition to writing the grant application and then including the 5.01 match. Is that kind of the consensus we're getting right now? John, you have what you need to fill that out and then bring it back to us at our next scheduled meeting? Great. Thank you to the assembly and staff on that one. It was super easy and non-confusing, as I said. It does bring us to the top of the hour. We'll go ahead and take another recess, and then we'll come back and talk about the establishment of a tourism task force. All right, thank you, everybody. That brings us to our last agenda item this evening, which is item J, a discussion direction decision on the establishment of a tourism task force. This was brought forward by JJ and Chris. If either of you or both of you have an introduction for this one.
Yeah, I guess I'll introduce it here. So I started kind of thinking about this, oh gosh, when we started going over our postseason tourism plan. And then, you know, as I'm sure some of you know, during my campaign, one of my big well, not promises, but goals was to open up land and housing and really work towards that. And when I started thinking more about planning and zoning and tourism and everything, I realized that maybe we needed to have planning and zoning working strictly on planning and zoning and for more housing development in this land expansion that we want to work towards here. So in doing so, I started kind of doing a little bit of research and found out that we had a previous tourism commission and started thinking about maybe firing the commission back up. And going through that, it was kind of came to the realization that maybe starting out with a task force, which is more of a short-term thing, would be a better way to start. And this task force could have some directives that they would look into. And one of those also being considering if this needs to be a long-term project and that the commission does need to be fired back up. Basically kind of like what our climate action task force and turned into the sustainability commission. So kind of along those lines. When we were going about forming this, I really wanted to make sure that there were representatives from different sectors of the community, industry, and general public, sustainability commission, and just try to get an overall well-rounded group when we were trying to think of the seats. Then we wanted to come up with the directives that we wanted them to look into. And obviously one of the big ones is the question of capping or limiting the amount of tourists that come into this community. Obviously, it's kind of a hot button topic here, but I'm stubborn and I wanted to take it head on, and I want this task force to take it head on. And then the other ones, the other directives are also very important, I feel. And this body that I think we've tried to put together here, I think will be well equipped for taking on all these tasks. Is there anything you want to add, JJ?
Just to add a tiny bit to that, thank you, Chris. It's directly stated in, our one quality of life, number 1.4, review and impacts and benefits of tourism and develop policies that prioritize the quality of life for all Sitkans. So this is a task force that's here to aid Sitka in maintaining our quality of life. That's the top priority, and why we're looking at developing these policies or asking the task force to look at policies and developing a process that which we long-term go over these things when they come up. A quick note, when we went back and forth on a lot of things, calling it a tourism task force and focusing specifically on, our day visitors was a goal because this is so valuable to us as Sitkans. To give it a bit more narrow and like targeted questions here as directive was the goal in a task force versus, straight into a commission. So please know we weren't trying to make the conversation only be one directed. It is still an open conversation, but with some kind of guidelines to the targeted directives, and that was cued into with the membership and what we listed as our goals, because there is a little bit of Parks and Rec in this as well. There's a little bit of other commissions like, Sitka is one of the most historic towns in Alaska, if not the most historic. So does that mean that, historic preservation gets on there? So a lot of our commissions and committees do have a part in this, but to have a targeted group look at this specific thing was our goal there. Thank you. So I'm really looking forward to this discussion. Thank you.
This is a discussion direction decision item tonight. Typically, that does not allow for public comment. However, with the overwhelming majority of the people in the room here right now for this item, I believe it is prudent to open this up to public discussion on this item. So we will open up public comment on the establishment of a tourism task force. Not to exceed 3 minutes, as is standard with other public comment periods. So if anyone would like to address the assembly on the establishment of a tourism task force this evening, please join us. On the very bottom, there's a button to press. Thank you.
Thank you, Assembly members. Diana Fulton, community member. First of all, I'd like to thank you for your volunteer service, a very needed thing, and I appreciate all you do. Second, I want to say thank you to JJ and Chris for putting this forward. I think it's something that is very needed in our community. And I also want to say that I really appreciate the comment that Chris said about allowing planning and zoning to focus on that very thing. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Richard Ween. I think in concept, it is very good. I think the foundational issues of letting planning do the planning, even though tourism planning is something, so is wedding planning. But I think that ultimately this is clearly the job of the assembly to do that. A couple of things. One is there's really one basic foundational question here, and that is the limiting of tourists into Sitka. And I think that if the assembly answers that question, I think everything else falls very much into line. An easy number to pick is the numbers less than that would close off Lincoln Street each day. We hear objections that we can't do it, but Juneau is looking to limit to 5 ships. I know Petersburg limited the size of their ships. I know Haines has also done it, and that's just Alaska. And the famous Bar Harbor, which actually limited the actual number coming in. There are any number of ways that you can legally limit the number of people. Let's for one moment look at Juneau. Well, Juneau is looking to limit, but Juneau is expecting 1.6 million passengers this summer, which is greater than they have 500,000 more passengers than last year when they got $1.1 million. Now, we were told before that we can't ask for more fees because, well, we get them from the state. Well, let's look at what Juneau does, because we're always interested in looking in other people's rice bowls when we make decisions here, as opposed to understanding what is best for us. So they have a $5 passenger fee, a $3 port development fee. So now we got $3, that's $8, you have 1.6 million. And then they also get what was previously spoken to by an individual in town. We get the $5 state commercial vessel fee, which we get our cut of. So what Juneau is looking for is if they get 1.6 million people coming in, it is generate $21.5 million for their city. So my notion is your two questions are, do you cap and do you get a fee? And I think that if we do that, I think that the money issues which are related to this, as well as the quality issues, which were eloquently stated earlier, will not be part of it. and make a decision. And then let's task force away. So.
Anybody else this evening on the creation of a tourism task force?
My name's Scott Celine. I want to thank you guys for being here. I was a member of a tourism task force called the Collaboration 20 years ago, where we met every month for 2 years and built a plan. That was back when they were going to build a dock or a big cruise ship dock in front of SJ, and the charter fleet wanted to advertise that you could take home 4 wet lock boxes with each charter. And, it was 2 years of hard work. And the Chamber of Commerce crushed that. And then when the city hired Shandlin or whatever, Barb Shandlin, to, redo the comprehensive plan, nobody could find the Collaboration's work of 2 years of people in town meeting, a wide, diverse group, actually. But I just want to thank you guys for trying to figure it out. And I just want to say personally to have people, because the crosswalk came up then too, and the DOT was much more abrupt in not participating with the crosswalk going to Eagle, the Raptor Center. And I've been thinking about it for years, that if somehow people could go use the Indian River Bridge and go underneath, they wouldn't have to stop us, because now we're going to stop people in front of Centennial Building, and it's affecting our quality of life to bring in the tourists to have whatever slice of Alaska they're going to see. Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Holly Reeder. I'm with the Aspen Suites here in Sitka. I appreciate the work you guys have all done. I think that a task force is on the right track. I think that it's time we start looking at the long range plan here. I've been at many meetings and that keeps coming up, is to look towards the future, not just this short-term plan. I also think that we need to start looking a little bit broader, not just at the cruise tourism, but also our independent travelers, and including some of that in this task force as well, and including some of the people who have an interest in that type of traveler, because we do get a lot of that as well. That's all. I think that this is a good start, and I am very much in support of this. Thank you.
Rachel Roy with the Sitka Chamber. I've sent you all an email, but I just want to come up and support the formation of a task force. I think that task force is right. I know we have done some talking around what was the right structure and kind of next step for this. And so, creating a group of people that have I think a collective interest in looking towards the future. I do think when you throw in things like long range tourism plan, that it takes back, you got to step back and say, okay, who are the stakeholders for this plan? So either it's a long range tourism plan or it's a short term task force that does things that are addressing the things right now. And so either way, but I think my comments around inclusion of industry representatives, inclusion of, the chamber and making sure that the Visit Sitka has a voice at the table, those kinds of things all really go towards a long range tourism plan, which I think you would all agree that those representatives of our business community should be at the table. I also gave some background on what the former Tourism Commission that was created in 2007 was comprised of. And I think there was balance there in terms of having, folks on lots of different aspects within the community, looking towards the future though. And, their goals around long-range tourism plan was to, look for ways of supporting the visitor industry as part of a diverse, healthy local economy, because we need all of our economy to be successful. We have to see our tourism industry, our healthcare industry, and our fishing industry all be successful. And so finding ways to long-range plan around supporting all of those industries, I really think there needs to be something towards that if this is truly a long-range tourism planning task force. But we definitely, if we're invited to be part of the task force, we would be at the table. I think another concern is when you have a lot of volunteers and you don't bring on organizations like the chamber to do the work, who's going to do the work it's going to be a big job, but we're very invested in making to see that happen. And I think, looking at, yeah, those were kind of my thoughts, but we did bring those examples to you in the email, and just appreciate your discussion and look at this. Thank you.
Good evening. Thanks for hearing me. Kent Barkow. I would I'd look at this issue. It's really great that Chris and JJ brought this forward. I think it's been an elephant in the room for quite a while now with the increase in tourism that we experienced in 2022. And that growth in that cruise ship tourism is the real issue we're talking about here. It's not, that's it. So we might as well, address that straight up. And, I don't know, I sent an email to the assembly last night, or that you probably haven't had a time to review the survey done by Rand Pardee graduate students that surveyed Sitkins at the end of the 2022 season. But that survey resulted in one finding that 63% of Sitkins surveyed found that the level of cruise ship tourism in 2022 diminished the quality of life in our community. And that, it seemed to me to be a well done independent survey, and it gives us a base point to look at and say, well, if that level of tourism resulted in that, the majority of Sitkins saying that it diminished quality of life in Sitka, that gives us something to start with. And that, I guess I would caution against a task force that is made up of, that makes an effort to include those with a vested economic interest without, a counterbalance somehow of people with other views, or maybe even the opposite view, to make things come out even. I mean, it's a really difficult thing to try to compose a task force that's independent, neutral, or somehow represents the whole community. But if you stack it one way, I think you can ensure yourself that it's going to be stacked that way. And so the results you would expect would be predictable. And so I think we should go to the community, let the community decide, somehow engage with the community in a meaningful way and let them decide what what the right size might be. Thank you very much for listening.
Good evening. My name is Jeremy Plank. I'm the CFO for Allen Marine. Thank you, Assembly members. Thank you for bringing this forward. I wanted to come up. I actually prepared a statement tonight to talk a little bit about this, but I want to reiterate some of the things that I've heard out here today that I think is extremely important as we were talking about tourism within our communities of Southeast. I think that's balance. I think this task force is a great idea. I think having balance on that task force to get multiple opinions is absolutely the right thing to do. I also think that there is a lot of talk right now as far as caps go. And the thing that I think is important as I look at it within our internal business is that we don't ever get anywhere looking year to year. We get there looking 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. And that's what I see that this task force is really being set up to do, is how can we grow both the tourism side while maintaining quality of life and figuring out ways to disperse people throughout our communities and make it more sustainable for the community as a whole. Tourism is one of the largest pillars of economic growth in Southeast Alaska and Alaska overall. And I think it's an important thing that we continue to pay attention to that industry. We continue to nourish that industry, but we figure out a smart way to deal with that within each community. And that's Sitka's no different than Juneau. Juneau, as Dr. Ween said, is expected to get 1.6 million people this year. But the question that they're figuring out is how do they make that sustainable for that community? There needs to be a long-term plan. There needs to be a long-term path. But I just wanted to reiterate the things that many of the people here have said today, and that I support this task force completely, as does Alan Marine. Thank you.
I can't come without, show and tell. So my name is Laurie Boysa. I'm the director of Visit Sitka, and I want to say thank you to Chris and JJ for bringing this forward. We absolutely, as a community, have to come together and make some hard decisions about where we're going. What I have brought with me tonight is the ordinance and the roster for the Tourism Commission that many people have discussed here, just so you can see, if you haven't had access to that, because it's been a little while, what that was and how it was developed. The one thing that when I talk about the economy in Sitka, I do say that Sitka is balanced on a three-legged stool economically right now. It's medical, it's fishing, and it's tourism. All three, if you've ever tried to sit on a stool that has a crooked leg or a broken leg, you know it can't be done. Well, you can balance for a few minutes, but overall, no one's going to want to sit on that stool, or you'll tip over. And having all those three legs of our economic stool being strong is really important for our entire community. And so I'm committed to all three of those legs being strong. And I think that we can create a stronger base for Sitka by making good long-term plans. The one thing I do encourage the Assembly to do as we move forward in this process is to create a group of people that are balanced. And I would encourage there be different voices on this group. But I also want to encourage that the people that there are people serving on this task force that represent the industry. I think that if you were to create a fishing commission and put someone from the Tree and Landscaping Commission on there, kind of doesn't make sense, because that's not, I don't want to use the term fish out of water, but that's not what their forte is. So I ask that you think carefully about who sits on this task force, because they will be making long-term decisions, and to make sure that the people sitting on that body are the right people representing all aspects of the community as well as all aspects of the industry. Thank you.
Anyone else on the creation of a tourism task force?
I'm Larry Edwards. I sent you all the memo over the weekend. I just wanted to add a little bit of additional information to that. I think that just given the high numbers of cruise tourists that we had last year and that are coming up this year, that we need to get a grip on that for 2024 with the industry setting its schedule this October. So, time's already pretty short. So I would urge the Assembly to rely on the Sustainability Commission, which already exists. So it wouldn't take, time to start up like the task force you're talking about would. And it also is already working on a proposal that I understand is going to take to the Assembly in March, at your last meeting in March. So I just wanted to give you a few figures here, underscoring what the urgency is. I've been analyzing both the 2019 cruise schedule, which was, pre-pandemic, and the one for this year. So 2019, there were 206,000 cruise tourists, 198 cruise ship stops. This year it'll be 585,000 cruise tourists with 308 stops. So a big increase in the number of stops. So how did that come about? Well, in 2019, there was only one ship that stopped here that was over 3,000 capacity. It had 4,180 passengers. It made only one stop. So it was kind of like a scouting expedition, I guess. In this year's schedule, there will be 7 ships of over 3,000 capacity making 70 stops. And those 7 ships alone have a capacity for the season of 268,000 passengers. So that's right there, that's half of this year's cruise visitation. And then to give you some idea of the intensity at daily levels between 2019 and 23, in 2019, there were 52 days out of the 153 days May through September that were over 2,000 passengers. This year it'll be 95. For over 3,000 in 2019, it was 13. This year will be 88 days. For over 5,000, there were none in 2019. The highest day was 4,436 passengers. This year will be 58 days over 5,000 passengers. And there will be 10 days this year over 7,000, of which 2 will be over 9,000. So I think that puts, a bit of urgency on what needs to be done. And I think that the Sustainability Commission is in a position to advise the Assembly on this in a timely manner, so you can act on it, say in September. And
Thank you,
ahead of the
sir, in
schedule.
fairness to everybody.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Anyone else on the creation of a tourism task force? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the Assembly for deliberation. Tor?
Yeah, for starters, I think the groundwork that was done is pretty good. I've been looking at the task force seats and they make sense to me, especially with the 2 at large. There's a couple of things that we need to be careful about. We're gonna have to kind of set ground rules, for lack of a better word, to make sure that this is kept both civil and legal. There's a lot of things we talked about and people talking about other communities and things. And one of the biggest differences, we don't own our dock. And so, trying to set caps is, we need to make sure that legal is involved with that, because we don't want to get in court. And it sounds nice to say, let's set it at 5,000 a day or 6,000, but there's absolutely no way to legally do that. We can make agreements with the cruise ship industry and for what that's worth. But we found out this year with what happened in Skagway that that's entirely voluntary. So we're going to have to be looking for, I guess, creative ways and also to deal with things and I guess maybe more rather than trying to set caps, trying to keep ways to keep the impact at a minimum until the law changes. The you know, and keeping it civil and balanced, I think is the only way we're gonna get that way. One of the things I really appreciated about the way the Planning and Zoning Commission handled the short-term plan was how civil that was and how they had big meetings with lots of people speaking. And so just because there isn't a direct representation from any particular group or type of business doesn't mean they can't have a say in the process. Because again, using the P and Z meetings, there was no hesitation for people to come up and speak and be heard. And I guarantee you that the board heard them. So I've been sitting there looking at the list that JJ and you guys laid out. And I think it makes sense. I like the idea of having ports and harbors on there because they probably deal with it more than anybody else, but also that's going to be I guess a neutral voice. And having somebody from the Lincoln Street business and tours and attractions and things. I mean, those are all good. And I think it's interesting to note that I think people will be maybe a little surprised at who advocates what. Because I mean, I could see some of the tour companies who are more independent tour oriented not being particularly friendly to cruise ship passengers and things. So it's worth a try. Finally, I know I've been mumbling on here a bit. I think this is almost going to have to become a commission, because one of the things that became apparent during the P and Z meetings is that everything changes constantly. And that's why we're going to have to look at what are we doing next year, what worked this year, what didn't. And I remember when we first came up with the short-term plan, I said that the one thing I can guarantee you about this is that it will change. And this will change. And there's no way around that. We could come up with what we think of as the absolute perfect plan and everybody agrees on it, and we'll have to change it the next year as it hits reality. So, if we do this, I think we should give it a fairly long term, I guess would be the way of saying it, and or be thinking, how do we transition? One of the first things we might tell them to do is tell us how you want to be organized as a commission and not a task force. So,
Kevin?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Tor. I again also want to thank the sponsors of this for bringing this forward. I think it's a great idea. I am okay. I'm good with the makeup. I do think it's balanced. I think this is something, I do agree, this is something that needs to be thought of in the long term. Something that someone mentioned, which really clicked for me is for tourism, you don't look at year to year, you look at long-term, multi-year. And I understand people are very concerned, as I am. In this commission, I would hope that they would be looking at the big picture. There was a survey done in 2022, yes, but that was when there was a major construction project. We didn't have a left-hand turn. So I agree, dispersion is going to be a key, and maybe they can help with that. And I know I don't want tourists to overwhelm this community, but at the same time, it took a long time for us to get tourism back. And so I just want to make sure that we handle this wisely and very carefully. So yeah, this needs to really be looked at long term. And there's some variables that aren't even completely solidified yet, like the end of the park that Shiatica is building or supposed to be building. That could help with dispersion as well. So to this item, I'd fully support it. I think it's a great idea, and I would just strongly encourage the members that will inevitably be on there to think long term. I personally think it's too soon to try to come up with numbers because there are so many variables that are changing and could change at the moment. That's all I have.
Tim? Thank you. Wow, I mean, I think this commission's walking around with a hand grenade, maybe, I mean, I think it's going to be an interesting outcome to see where this goes. From the time I got on here, this assembly, there's been a lot of conversation about tourism. And it's not all one-sided, but, as a teacher, you go through some pretty significant training about questioning strategies, right? So you don't want to ask questions of students that don't elicit what they know and don't make them think a little bit. And so I know I've heard a lot of simple solutions, which are just put up to a vote. Problem with a vote in this circumstance is that there's a winner and loser. And I just don't think that's where we are as a community, because I don't think we've had enough conversation yet for us to understand what the community as a whole wants. It'd be simple to do a vote. It'd be simple to just, have the assembly say, let's hold a referendum and see how many tourist people want in town. And I think all of us can come up with when the tourists were a major inconvenience. And so, I think that what questions we end up asking and what questions we ask of the community to elicit a deeper, thoughtful response from everyone, I think will determine the success of this commission. So, and success of this process. Because if we end up just taking a vote in the end, then I think we as a community are going to be in big trouble. And I just mean a straight vote. Because, we're going to take votes, and that's our role, to make those sort of divisive decisions that sometimes need to be made in a community. But man, I want us to be the Sitka that we are, which is one that comes to a realization of a real solution. And I think this task force has a real good opportunity. I think my other experiences being new to the assembly was that we really aren't the first body that needs to talk about tourism. Because again, we don't really have this. It's not a forum where we can ask all those questions and we can pull all this stuff out. And so I'm very happy to see a task force versus a commission, because I want to give it a very specific goal of finding out exactly where our community is on this issue, and finding out all of the best answers before we push forward with making a decision about where we're going. So, and I think if we went straight to a commission, I think we're making an assumption about what the solution will be. So is there a solution out there? In my experience that groups of people most often have the best solutions over smaller individual groups of people. And I think this is a chance for the community to speak about what's important, to lay out what they want, and to give us that forum for us to explore all these different options and ideas and make sure everybody understands this. Because you know what? We're all Sitkans and we all want what's best for our community. We all want a quality of life that works. And we also, I think, all don't want to say to a group of people who make their living off of tourists, yeah, what you want's not important, what I want is. And because that's never been what I've seen our community do. And I don't want to see us start doing that now. So I'm obviously in favor of this as a starting point. I don't see this as the end point. I see this as the beginning of us having this conversation and giving the community a chance to give its voice and to make sure they're heard. So I'll be in favor of this.
Crystal?
I'm supportive, but I have a lot of questions. And so I'll just go ahead and start. We heard balance a couple of times. And so can you guys kind of speak to, I know it's going to be a 9-member voting with a couple additional members. How does that feel balanced? And I guess I'm just thinking, if I was in the industry, and I'm not, that if I didn't get through the door by offering a tour, for example, I'd apply to be the community at large. How do you designate us picking folks? I'm just thinking about the other task force. What we really wanted was experienced people, so knowledgeable in that area, which may feel to community members that it's not balanced. So I know that you guys have thought about this previously. How do you come to balance with the 9 members so that it has that credibility within the community? It doesn't look like it's very pro tourism. That's the first question. I don't know if you want me to kind of list them out and then you can take them.
one at a time is probably helpful. It just keeps us being targeted, since that's the goal of the task force. Yeah, with the different groups, so for membership, so we're all on the same page. 9 members, Secretary of Alaska appointed, Ports and Harbor appointed, that's commission appointed, Sustainability Commission appointed, Lincoln Street Business, Tours and Attractions 2, Sitka Sound Cruise Terminal, Community at Large 2, Visit Sitka ex officio, so they're there being a resource but not voting. And assembly liaison and staff liaisons for whatever we need. If that's Brian looking at legal, if that's planning, helping with that long-term goals, if that's something else we decide is needing, like that's for us to help with. The balance point, we get applications, look through them. That would be all of our choices on our own was my thought. We would individually look to see what we thought would be the balance point. I would hope that through this discussion and through probably other people talking about it, we would get some good applicants. And Chris, what do you want to add?
Well, I know I was definitely looking for some industry representation. And then, we thought Port and Harbors would be really important on there because of directive number 4 that's looking at regulations and the long-term plan of our working waterfront. I could even argue that GPIP could fill that seat or even a different seat. The GPIP is actually, this is going to be my report later, but looking at going over their strategic plan, basically because we have a lot of tour industries trying to move out into an industrial park. So GPIP was going to start re-examining that. So, I mean, it's falling into directive number 4. Lincoln Street businesses, I have a couple businesses I'd really like to see apply. I hope they do. I don't know if they will. That are not only tourism businesses, but also local businesses that support us throughout the year. So I think that is a rounded seat because they'll advocate for both. Tours and attractions, obviously, they're part of the industry. They need to have their own seat at the table and their own voice. And how could you not have the terminal? And I mean, they're a huge part of it here. They need their own voice, but they are just one seat. And then community at large, I think that's going to be up to us. Weeding out in the applications of having just community members and not someone who's does have some other affiliation, I guess. I don't know exactly how we do that, but I guess that was my intent with that. I felt as though I was trying to keep this balanced. Maybe it's potentially a little heavier on the industry side, but I know when we developed these seats, that was my intent, was to have a well-rounded panel to be able to examine all of these directives.
So do we feel like we achieve balance? And I guess we didn't mention Sitka Tribe, but we can even think back to the government to government that we just attended, where they were talking about how important tourism is and what their sales look like. So even they're benefiting from tourism.
Oh,
So-
yeah. Sorry. Yeah, definitely. I mean, that was.
So it just does feel a little bit out of balance. But then if we talk about the application period, so we come live with a task force and we say submit applications, we have different understandings of what's important to us as we build it. So you mentioned we're going to rank people and we're going to come, and if it looks like the previous ones, we're going to say, here's who I would select. So I guess the community at large, I sort of saw that as an attempt to say, not just pro-industry, though we know pro-industry is very important, but there's nothing that stipulates what, because anybody in the community can and should apply for that. There's nothing saying that that this wouldn't become a very pro-tourism, we're not going to cap it at all kind of thing, which I think, again, it just goes back to credibility. So if we tackle it now, I think that will hold us better in the long term when we actually try to produce something and say, based off of the workings of this task force, I don't want people to say, this was basically 9 members of people who really wanted tourism to become the premier, the prime industry in Sitka. It's not clear enough. So I don't know what our thoughts are.
Yeah. My thought in part of that, a lot of the tours and attractions are based on the natural beauty of this place, or the birds, bears, a touch tank and an aquarium, which has a built-in preservation trust kind of long-term, like we need to keep this place where it is. In a nonprofit structure, a lot of that attractions side of things is that. So perhaps that balances things a bit. That was my thought process there. The directives were also part of the what keeps things balanced part from my point of view, that it's not just, hey, what do you think about this right sizing? It's let's direct this into strategies with level, and then develop the annual review cycle for the city, looking at service levels as well as where that CPV funding goes. So it's not just a, hey, everyone, come and talk thing, but with these targeted directives, doing that tourism management best practices, that it wasn't so open, that there were these pointed tasks to develop.
Mhm. Again, the community at large, I'm just a little bit, it's a little bit hiccupy because I feel like to answer the directives, you have to have knowledge in the area, which to me means somebody who brings in their application that says I'm directly involved in the industry is probably going to make more sense for the task force. But again, that doesn't achieve balance. So there's nothing that kind of guides us as 7 individuals make this. So I would recommend that up front. Again, I'm supportive. So maybe the 6 of us say, we're good with this. We'll kind of defend it as the report comes out and say, this is solid. So I still have concerns, but I appreciate that extra additional input there. The second one is, do people self-identify when they fill out their application? So we know it's the 1-page form and they could attach a resume if they want to. Are they saying, obviously some are appointed, but do they say, I work on Lincoln Street and I want to be considered? Or how do you categorize people?
That was actually a question. Oh, if you want to answer that, Sarah, go ahead.
We'll be revising our current application specifically for this task force. So when they apply, they will indicate which category they're applying for.
So can they say, I'm a community member and I'm also a Lincoln Street business owner?
They need to specifically say.
So they choose one.
Which of the 9 seats they're applying for.
Okay. I guess I also didn't hear how we address Tor's very valid concern about the legalities. I don't want them to get too far down the road and then all of a sudden an attorney pops up and says, we can't do that. Who is the support to kind of, as they're going through and answering these directives for us, who's the guidance that's saying, don't get too far down the road? What sort of support do they have?
I mean, I thought we were going to have Brian kind of working with the task force. Am I correct in that?
Well, I think you can do whatever you want on the task force, but Brian represents the assembly, and I think in most constructs of a task force or a commission or a committee, they're a recommending body to the assembly. So is there a way to prevent them from going too far down the road? I don't think you can do that, but at some point they'll make the recommendations to the assembly, and then I think the assembly can then say, hey, we need a legal analysis on some of these recommendations, Brian.
I just worry that they would put in a lot of work and heart to say we should cap it, and then we find out we can't even do that, and maybe we shouldn't have sent them down that road. So I think the legal issues I'd like to flesh out just slightly more to empower them to look into it and not, or at least anticipate ways around these hiccups, because that would help us, right?
I do have a little something on that. I think that is why in the directives, we said review Juno's findings. because they're pretty definitive. I read them. It answers a lot of questions. So
Okay,
just on that, I don't think it's going to take too much.
even for, oh, sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Oh, even for that one was so specific. And I thought, we've had people come and testify and they said, look at this city, look at this city, look at this city. Juneau is one of them. But I was thinking if they're going to look into caps, they should look into all of them and make a recommendation based off of what they found of what other cities are doing. But this one gets so specific. I'm almost afraid that that would limit them to only look at Juneau, but I think we could benefit from seeing what other cities are doing with respect to.
Oh, yeah,
capital.
I'm not against them looking elsewhere. I did this, Juneau did a lot of legwork and it's definitive, like I said. But there may be other avenues.
Okay.
That could be an option. I really don't know.
Yeah. And I guess just to kind of weigh in, so with respect to the, I don't remember if we called them the Sustainability Task Force, but what they did is we established them, we appointed people, we said, figure out the logistics of when you want to meet, and then let's have a work session. So that was my question to us. Are we going to do it via work session? How do they get input from the assembly before they go at it? Do we kind of steer the course? And I say that because the Bear Task Force, it was really hard. We tried to keep it, you guys are the experts, we're going to keep it pretty broad. We're going to give you some things to look into, and then you guys could go. But there was no direct discussion with the assembly to hear inputs beforehand. And I think that would have benefited them. So I wasn't sure if you wanted to do it by meeting with this established task force, or if these directives are enough to answer those questions, or legal inputs, if that could come through that work session. What were your thoughts on that?
Well, we were planning on, hence why it's coming up tonight, but having kind of a kickoff meeting in April after all these seats are appointed. And I mean, I'm not against having a larger work session with this entire body, meeting with the task force and helping them with the directives. So I'm not against that at all.
Can that go to the rest of the assembly? What do you guys think of a work session?
Yeah, I think a work session would be a great time to have a little more free flowing conversation. We can hash out some details.
Okay, and the next one, so there was language about the appointments and it said it doesn't have to be from this commission. And I just was wondering, best practice, why would you not choose? These are 5 to 7 members. I'm thinking that workload, you thought maybe they couldn't jump on and volunteer for this as well. But I guess my second part to that question is, do they then represent the inputs of, for example, ports and harbors, which we know is important? And then I just wanted to make sure GPIP fell off of that. I'm not seeing that listed there. So they're not a part of this, but they also kind of weigh into tourism as a, so I guess we need to have these discussions up front. So that's like a 3-part question.
I know that kind of
apologize.
became a discussion yesterday during the meeting. And I'll say it. I talked to a couple of the board members. They're interested in a potential seat, but yet didn't really want to sit on it either. So I think that was our worry with ports and harbors as well, is if no one was willing to actually sit on it and put in the time, but we wanted them to at least be able to appoint someone who they thought might represent the interests of ports and harbors. That might come from GPIP. I don't know. I feel like there's a little bit of, I don't know, flexibility there, or I don't know. It was, I'm kind of a work in progress, I guess.
Okay. I feel like with 5 to 7 members, I mean, these aren't my commissions. My commissions are all struggling with quorum issues. And I know with ports and harbors, there becomes the summer, but it looked like you were going to establish, break, come back and reconvene when things slow down, like post-tourism. Is that how you identified the timeline? So for me, that didn't quite jive with ports and harbors. And I thought maybe if we get there and nobody's willing to step up from the listed, then I could see them appointing someone from the community. But I think what we're trying to do is draw on their expertise, right? They know the city, they know that the area of expertise within these commissions. And I think they're kind of speaking on behalf of, here's what we need to consider when it comes to our ports or our harbors. And I know that because I volunteer and serve on this commission. which if they appoint somebody from the community that they don't quite know, they don't know where they stand. And then all of a sudden that balance that we thought achieved kind of wavers a bit. So until we get there, I don't see a problem. And so I would probably look to the commissions to appoint somebody before adding that language about, or they could designate somebody and to represent that commission. Do you kind of hear what I'm saying?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
So to answer the question, do they speak on behalf of the commission that they're representing? First,
I would say yes. I said, public, if it does go to the public, appointed should be an advocate for interest and or industries the commission represents.
Yeah.
So that,
You'd-
that was
you'd-
the intent
they'd
there,
have
is
to
to
be able
like
to
really
vote.
directly link it back to the interest of.
They'd have to be able to vote on their own though, they'd have to go back to their commission and have a vote of that. So they'd have to be independent enough to vote on their own.
Which brings us to another important aspect, which was left very general, because I think maybe we haven't figured it out, but how many staff persons would be assisting with this? And before, I'll let you guys think about that. Before we get to that, I just have to thank Amy because she's here and she was basically the face of tourism and the planning commission and all the work that they did. She was the staff person. And I know other people assisted her, but I'm wondering who falls within this purview when we're listing off ports and harbors, sustainability, attorneys, who is required by the city of Sitka to show up and kind of lend weight? It looks like Sarah.
Well,
Are you volunteering?
No,
Oh.
I am not. But Jess most likely will be assisting with minutes. So that's one staff person.
And then all the rest will be voluntary or as needed or.
I think the intent is for this to not be a staff task force. We'd like the community members to drive this. I mean, staff will be able to assist, but I'll say with the Bear Task Force, that turned into really just a lot of staff being there and doing a lot of, the police chief, the folks from Municipal Solid Waste. This is, I believe the intent of this task force is to get the community members to speak on what they're looking for and what they'd like, and then we'll have staff members available to assist.
So if they ask a city question, the commissions need to be, and the reason I'm asking that is I'm thinking about, they're probably going to bring up Lincoln closure. They're going to bring up GPIP and ports and docking there. Who speaks to that? It would be the commission members who come from those.
I would think so, in a way. I'm hoping that the commission members that get appointed will be some long-standing members.
Yeah.
Which I know Harbors does have some long-standing members, so they're up on all the issues
Okay.
of what's going on. I think obviously I'd hope Amy will help out when needed. She was so pivotal with the tourism with planning and zoning. So I'm kind of hoping she'll be able to help as needed. And I guess.
Because if they have questions, so I'm not gonna expect Jess to pipe up with that information. If they have budget questions about Lincoln Street or how many staff were involved, she shouldn't know that. And what she's doing is focusing on minutes and recording it. So I think the historical knowledge is going to get lost, but then I've heard us talking about possibly Brian and possibly Amy, and then Jess for sure. So I think maybe that needs to be fleshed out a little bit would be my thought, just because we either need to tell them that's their job to attend and participate for that historical knowledge, or write them out and assume that this falls to one staff person. So I guess when does the definitive staff contributions kind of come out with respect to this task force?
I think it's the same staff contribution as any other board, commission, or committee. We have one person, and then that person brings those issues back to either me or that department, and they provide that person with the answers if they're not able to contribute
Okay.
on the spot.
Okay, so that answers it, because sustainability coordinator too is not a part of this, right? The commission is involved, but that staff person wouldn't be asked to. We have one staff person based on this discussion is Jess, who will record the minutes.
Yeah, I guess at this point, that's where we're at. I know when we were putting all this together, kind of the staffing wasn't figured out at the time and was still in discussion, and I think we're still kind of there. So yeah, I don't know, I guess.
So this one seems to be kind of a larger point of concern. Many of our other boards, commissions, and committees operate under a very similar guise where they request staff assistance. And I see this one being no different, where they simply ask for staff on their next agenda to show up if they do need assistance on a certain area or they have a certain issue that they want to attend to. And I'm not sure why it would be any different on this one than any other of our boards, committees, or commissions.
Thank you for weighing in. And then the last one is the final product. And I say that because I sat on the Bear Task Force for the longest time, and I also did Health Needs and Human Services where they produced a report. What is the end result? Are you hoping that it trickles down directive by directive, or are we hoping for a final report after they are able to look into it? And I say that because I also heard ex officio is there to also assist because they're passionate, but does that mean that they're actually taking on tasks of producing stuff on behalf of this task force?
I think that's open for us to discuss and decide our direction on. The work could be whatever we want, and perhaps that's nice to leave open to the members to decide what they want to kind of bite at each time. To have just the value of Visit Sitka there to understand some of this depth. And if this tourism best management practices happen, I mean, I think they would be an integral part of that. So having them represented. I don't know. What do you guys think? One item at a time, report at the end. What would you like to see?
I was going to say, I think this is kind of something we can work on in the work session, because there's a lot of good questions that Crystal's bringing up, very valid questions. I think though, if we're going to do work session, this is just something we could kind of think about and weigh that. It's just my opinion.
So a task force typically is assigned a duty, as this one has been, and then completes their tasking, and then comes back to the assembly before their sunset date. Sunset date is not something that we've talked about yet on this task force, but that's how I've seen others operate in the past, that they would bring a report at the end of their tasking.
Yeah, kind of going through the. Yeah, all right, well, I just want to say, first of all, that, this is a decision, so, or discussion, I'm not, anyway, so this is kind of all of ours. It's not, I mean, if you feel like you guys are getting grilled a little bit, and it's all up for discussion. But I believe we would have to have an ordinance creating this. Yeah, so in a sense, if you guys are volunteering to work with Brian to do it, you've gotten some good direction, or, what people are concerned about. And then we'll have something to really argue about. I think there's a couple of points I've been listening, saying that, can everybody that's appointed is going to have to be vetted by either, well, depending on how you write it, but either by all of us every time, or at least by the representing entity, like if the tribe, I assume, would vote on who's going to be the liaison in ports and harbors and so forth. So I'm not too concerned about people who are too much of an advocate of one, I think all tourists are terrible, or I think we should have, 20 cruise ships a day, because every person is going to be vetted by either us or the nominating entity. So I think that you've got a good groundwork here, and I think you've heard enough to be able to write an ordinance that may take 3 readings. We'll see how good.
but no, don't need an ordinance to create one. Can we do that just right now with no?
So there's a couple of options. So the Bear Task Force, for example, was established just through an item like this, discussion, direction, decision. We advertised appointments. They went forward. The Climate Action Task Force was established by resolution. So I think you can do it. One option is to make a decision to establish it tonight, make that motion. If you feel a resolution is needed, I don't feel a resolution is needed, but if you feel a resolution is needed, you can bring forward a resolution.
Crystal, it was still your floor if you had additional comments.
No, I ended. Thank you so much. And I didn't want it to feel like grilling, but you guys, you penned a great document and I was just asking the questions up front because the way I understood it was this was the last step. Now we're going to go out if we decide that we're in support of it and we're going to start filling it. And so these questions had to be asked tonight. So thanks for that clarification, Sarah.
A couple things from me. Sometimes it's hard to wait till the very end to be able to talk. I think I had a couple points as well that that I wanted in the earlier conversations about the makeup. But anyway, so a couple procedural things for me on this. It does say appointed seats by these commissions. It's my belief, and I would want to run this by Brian, that code indicates the assembly will make those appointments. So it can be a recommendation from those bodies, but not an actual appointment. The final say is from the assembly. I just wanted to make sure that that was clear for those appointed seats that are listed. As well, as I mentioned earlier, task force typically have a set task and a sunset date. If we're not sunsetting this at some point, it quasi becomes a commission at that point. And I don't know if that's a definition that we need to indicate in the very beginning of this. You know, if we're going to sunset in April 2024 and potentially explore a commission after that. I do believe that this needs to be a long-term standing thing. I do want to talk about the seats on this. Lincoln Street business, I think, is important. However, I'd like to change that wording to downtown businesses. If you say Lincoln Street businesses, it precludes Harbor Drive, Catlean, Lake Street, just to name a few. While I believe the intent was downtown business corridor, it doesn't read that way to me. So I want to make sure when someone's reading and applying that they say, well, because I have a business on Harbor Drive, I can still apply. The other tours and attractions having 2 seats, I would suggest that might be a little strong on that. I know there is a large representation in that, but I think the one thing that we are missing is a business in general. There are other businesses out at the Sitka Sound Cruise Terminal. There are other businesses outside of the downtown business corridor that are affected by tourism. Restaurants are a big one for me. They may be right outside the downtown business corridor, but are greatly affected by this amount of tourism. So my recommendation would be to lower the tours and attractions seat to 1 and then add a business in general seat on there that people could, that they could sit on. One of the most powerful things that I think came out of this conversation and the public comment that I heard tonight was the word balance. And I think that is an extremely important word for this task force. We spoke of how we're going to get this balance. Well, I think the Sustainability Commission, I don't know that they're necessarily going to be a pro tourism voice. I think that they're going to want to find a balance. Even tours and attractions, when we hear someone speaking from Allen Marine, when their word was balance, there is a general desire amongst the business community as well, the tours and attractions community, for that long-term balance in this. So if the assembly goes forward with that in mind and appoints seats that they do find to bring a balance, then I think we will get that out of this. I guess lastly, this should have come up earlier. I did have a conversation with a CLIA representative today, cruise line agencies. They did request an ex officio seat on there. I don't have an opinion one way or the other on that. But they did indicate that while they don't intend to shape how the discussion happens here, they do have worldwide experience in ports and would be able to lend that. So that may be something where we simply reach out, or it may be helpful to have them at each of the meetings. So thank you for the time. Is anything further on this from other assembly members? Thoughts on the seats would kind of be important to me, you know, changing the words if the thoughts are there, and then kind of the rearranging of some of the seats. Please.
So, Mr. Mayor, to address your suggestion on tours and attractions, I would not be opposed to changing that. I think that would be just fine. A good point. As far as some questions about balance, I'm just trying to think this through my mind and I agree, balance is key. I think at the end of the day, most people want that. It's where exactly that balance is. But I think the point of this is to find somehow, you know, hear public opinion, have some really good listening sessions and find out, and then do some other research. But I see so the tribe, Crystal, you mentioned that they had said they are benefiting from tourism. That's true, but the tribe seems to be very, you know, they represent all their tribal citizens. I feel like they would be able to offer a fairly, you know, balanced. That's just my opinion. I don't think they're just going to come in there pro tourism, you know, pro all tourism. I think they could offer a balanced view. Ports and harbors is another one. I think could be balanced. Sustainability Commission, I kind of agree with what Stephen said on that. And then you have your at large. So you have I think those right there, those ones right there already provide a fairly good balance. And plus the onus is going to be on us to make sure we're vetting these applications really well. And because that's just going to be the end of the day, we're the ones who are appointing it. And Stephen kind of said this too. I think people make the assumption that all businesses are just, they want unlimited numbers. I don't think that's true. I mean, I don't want unlimited numbers. So I think as is with Stephen's suggested change, I would be okay with that. Those suggestions, and I think that provides a fairly good balance. The CLIA mentioning an ex officio seat, I don't know if they need a seat, but I think it would be wise for the commission or the task force to perhaps invite them to participate a couple times, because I think they would, you know, we're basically running on a little bit of a lack of information in the public, because we don't know where they stand per se. They may not be exactly where we think they are. I think a lot of us think that CLIA is just wanting to have unlimited numbers and just overwhelm. They may not want that, and they may actually offer some tips on how other communities, they've seen other communities do it. I believe that we can find a balance that is good for us and good for the tourism industry. And I think they could possibly help. I definitely don't think they should be voting members or anything like that. But I think that would be fine to have them invited a couple times to participate. And those are my final top thoughts as far as the composition.
Chris or JJ kind of jumped at the same time.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
I think Cleo would help with that number 5 directive, explore regional strategies to advance the needs and interests of Sitka and other Southeast Alaska communities in regards to the cruise tourism industry. That is that bigger picture that we're looking for, and how do we kind of network with our neighbors? They would be a valuable resource for that. Mhm. What do you think, Chris?
Yeah, actually, that's a great point, and I agree. I guess to Stephen's comments about the membership, yeah, I'm totally amenable to those with downtown businesses. And then tours and attractions, maybe. I think our initial idea behind tours and attractions was that could even include charter business, because we had talked about a
Yep.
charter specific charter seat for quite some time. And we weren't really sure if that would be a seat that might be filled or people would have interest in. So we kind of wanted to wrap it into another category and make it a little bit broader, but even having it more as just a business seat that still keeps it open for a charter business if they so choose. I don't know if that's quite your intent, but I could see that still being available to them.
Yeah, that'd be just fine. They are just as important a business as any other.
One of the things to think about too, with the needing to, on the application, put which category you're applying for. If we break away tourism attractions and include a business, that might convolute it a bit. And that at-large category, we as applicant reviewers can think of that as well as a value point.
So the one thing that I want to clarify before we end tonight, are the sponsors okay going forward, creating this task force off of what we've heard, well, on what's on paper tonight? Or do they want to go back and bring forward a resolution to create this, indicating or modifying with some of the thoughts and concerns that we've heard tonight? Because if we go forward as written, I don't know that a lot of them are addressed because we haven't changed anything on there. We've just gotten a lot of consensus and thought. So to me, it's a little bit cleaner to bring forward a resolution establishing the tourism task force, the tourism balance task force even. But that I'll leave that up to the will of the body. Crystal?
Sarah,
I have some questions and comments, but go ahead.
I would like to clarify who, because right now it's general as far as staff. I think we need to identify there's one staff person and what their duties are. And then, I don't know, I felt like we went over a lot of things, so I don't remember all of them, but I do think it could be cleaned up a little bit and just kind of fleshed out those details, because you guys answered them tonight. And I think we're in kind of consensus that we should move forward. But I think there were a lot of open questions that were answered through this discussion. So maybe we could review it and make sure that it details how we move forward. Because even like the report, so who's responsible for the report? Are we adding that extra member? When is that report due? Do we sunset? All of those were really important discussion items, which I think is not too difficult to amend and update. Would that be doable?
I mean, I know we had time frame stuff that we're trying to kind of squeak into here, so.
Well, that, I guess, so that was one of the questions I was going to ask, just so that Jess and I are moving forward with the will of the body, where we want to go with this. So we plan to start advertising tomorrow. Port and Harbors and Sustainability Commission meet next week. So we'd have to do a quick notice to those commissions stating to, if anyone's interested, to turn their applications in pretty much before next Monday to us. The commissions would then consider those applications next week. And then these other categories, I was thinking we would start advertising those next week with a due date of March 22nd, and then bringing them forward to the assembly on March 28th. That's just one option. But I also need to know if there's consensus, are we changing it from Lincoln Street business to downtown business, tours and attractions to one, business in general, CLIA as an ex officio. So I guess I want to make sure that I have clear direction going forward.
I personally would be much more comfortable with a resolution next meeting that lays everything out. That's clear, that we've talked about, and also honestly to give a little time to percolate, if that makes any sense. And to maybe you guys, if you guys can put it forward, talk to John about maybe having a staff members identified that, have Amy at the first meeting and whatever. And, but, you know, if you guys, if the will of the body is to go ahead and go for it, we've still got some work to do wordsmithing before we could, I think, have it all down.
I'm in agreement with Stephen Tor. I think it would make me feel better to just do a resolution for this at the next meeting, or for you guys to craft a resolution. Yeah, there's been a lot of discussion, a lot of good discussion and input, and so it'd be nice to have something with that, those information and thoughts represented in that.
Just to get back to the timeline in the memo, it was that they would have a kickoff meeting in April, but then I heard March, we're going to do the work session. So even that is kind of ever changing, right? Because they were going to
March would
establish.
Be the appointments at the end of
Okay.
March.
And then they're going to meet and then they're going to
That was my understanding.
take the summer off, right?
Mhm.
So the timeliness is just that we want them to meet before the season begins. And then they don't have any responsibilities over the summer. It's to gather information and bring it back.
Correct. Yeah, we meet what we just discussed. If we're all okay with another meeting on our in our lives, meet in April and then discuss all of these, answer these questions, get a more directed directives, and then break for the summer. Think about it, see how it works, come up with ideas, do the items in the fall. John? If I can call on you.
If I could make a suggestion, I think what I've heard, at least from the body, is that there's a general consensus to move forward with some sort of task force. I know it probably doesn't meet the timeline, but I don't think the intent should be to get a 7-0 unanimous vote on what the makeup is. The easiest and cleanest way to make this happen and set it in motion and try to get your 4 votes is to have the sponsors, and I'd be happy to work with you to put forward the resolution on, after you've heard this input, what exactly you want in it, and we bring it back to the table at the next opportunity for a vote, if that works for you all. Sarah, is that okay? I mean, I know it pushes timelines out, but that's the speed of government.
Yeah, because I feel like we'd be doing a disservice to the public and to ourselves to go forward with anything tonight without a resolution coming forward. Further wrap up on this item this evening? Tor,
guess
go ahead.
I'd just like to thank the assembly for all the good discussion tonight and giving us direction to move forward and form this resolution. So thank you.
Tor, bathroom break before persons to be heard and reports. A quick break, and then we'll finish up with persons to be heard and reports this evening. Thank you, everybody. All right, we've got our assembly members back. Moving on in the agenda, that'll bring us to persons to be heard this evening. This is public participation for any item on or off of tonight's agenda, not to exceed 3 minutes.
Good evening, Richard Ween. The best laid plans of mice and men, ere gone agee, the story by John Steinbeck. And I leave you to find out where the best laid plans came from. Oh, I'll tell you, I think it's Robert Burns. But the important thing here that you have to understand about tourism and the Tourism Task Force is that the first directive, it sounds, very UN-ish. The first directive really has to do with the number of tourists and the question of quality of life. But we also heard a lot about balance. And you have to understand what is out of balance is the cruise industry coming in and overwhelming Sitka here. That's the purpose of the task force, because it's out of whack. It is not balanced. I think to have CLIA on it, I kind of chuckle at that. But the bottom line is, who cares about what other cities do? The question is, what's best for Sitka? We are currently a satrapy to the cruise lines. That means a vassal state. I follow all the cruise lines, all the major cruise lines, and I see how they speak about their business, not only nationally, worldwide, and in Sitka, and I look through it. And if you look at, we have just become another brick in the wall for them, another stop. If you just look at how they advertise Sitka, if you look at what their programs are. And so the question is, you need to deal with the foundational issues first. If you want balance, you reduce the number of day trippers. You enhance the number of independent travelers. The other thing that you have to do is nobody can predict the future. Neil Kashkari, I mentioned it last time, from the Minnesota Fed, was looking at a contracting economy. If Alan Marine doesn't look more than 2 years ahead, they can't, because they don't know where the economy is going. The ability to have discretionary funds, et cetera, is just awesome. And I feel that all this fire and brimstone that's going on now needs to really congeal into a good, I'll say, contractive plan to ensure Sitka into the future. And let me tell you something, if you think that things are so wonderful, I ask you to go Google Wild Type, a company in San Francisco, which is making salmon in cell culture.
Hi, Rachel Roy. So all this talk about commissions and task force had me doing a little research and just reviewing kind of what some of the memberships of commissions and what some of the like the frameworks around what a commission's goal would be and what the membership looks like. And one of them, because the Sustainability Commission, it was put on this task force, I said, oh, well, who's on this commission? I know a couple of the members because we see them at the meetings. But when I look through, I don't necessarily see balance. That's the word of the night. And so I know that it was that the commission came out of a task force, and then there were passionate people that applied for the commission. And then as I read through, I said, oh, okay, so what are their missions? And I did the survey. So if you're listening, and I know it's late, fill out the survey, because that commission is looking for feedback on what their directives will be for the coming year. And some of them relate to environment, some of them relate to city decisions and fleets. And I mean, there's some really cool things that that commission could be working on. But I do worry that with the goal of a community-focused approach to support social, environmental, and economic sustainability of Sitka, that we should consider having a balanced representation that can understand the economic side of our community. And I guess I would just say all of this and maybe encouraging the business community. I know we're all super busy, and that's part of the challenge is you get an applicant for a commission and you're like, yes, finally I can fill this open spot. But is it a balanced filling? You're filling it because they're an expert, but you're talking about creating a commission that is half split of people who could be against something and for something. So the Sustainability Commission is very much one direction, which is going to make them very successful in their endeavors to do those things. So I just say all of that and thinking of, as we get through this task force, this is the work, the Commission of Tourism needs to be tourism people. And that's how it will work, if that's what you want to do. Just like saying, anyways, those were my thoughts. And I think there is, and I mean, maybe I'll apply for this commission because I do want to see economic sustainability in our community. And I totally always pay attention and listen to all these differing points of views. And Tor kicking over my clock that has 8 seconds. Anyways, thank you for your time.
I think he was trying to point out the countdown there. Start timing her now. This is her 3 minutes. You said that it was what on there? Balanced. Oh, okay. Even the clock is balanced. Lee, it's like we don't want to go home tonight. Welcome. Thank you.
All right, Laurie Boyce, Director of Visit Sitka. A couple quick thoughts. Thank you so much for Mayor for bringing up the downtown business district, because that was one of the things I wanted to talk about, but I ran out of time. I do believe that having a downtown business is a much better idea than a Lincoln Street business specifically. I am concerned about, because Visit Sitka will be an ex officio on this, I'm concerned about there not being clarity about the staff. And I say that because who is going to set out the announcements? Who's going to manage the schedule? Who's going to put the packets together? Who's going to be asking the questions of the staff, taking those questions back to the staff, which in the commissions that I attend, that's the staff person's job who is there. And if Jess is going to be there only as a minute taker, there's no one to do the other supporting work of the task force. Also, I gave to Sarah the direction of the Juneau Tourism Commission, so she can share that with all of you. I also wanted to mention that there's no position that is specifically focused on economic development on this task force. So perhaps you might consider having additional ex officio seats. People who have the knowledge in these different areas, like having Clea as an ex officio. That means they can't vote, but they bring the knowledge. CETA, perhaps CETA is on the board as to support and answer questions around economic development. The chamber, who would be once again ex officio, but would bring the knowledge of the business community, workforce development, and the programs that chambers across the country do. So you have the opportunity as you create this resolution to think about who are those, hey, maybe you'd have an ex officio who's a lawyer. Who are those people that you want to have their knowledge in this task force that could be in those ex officio positions? Thank you.
Any other public comment this evening? On or off the agenda? All right, that'll bring us to reports this evening. I'll start out my report with our recent trip to Juneau for Alaska Municipal League. Even though it was just a smaller, their winter meeting, they have a winter, a summer, and then the bigger annual meeting. I actually found this to be one of the more useful small winter meetings. I think one of the highlights for me, it was indicated earlier that we had a sit down with DOT. Quite a lot of people were able to attend that. And I believe that to be very important and relevant tonight because John has indicated some frustrations and struggles with DOT in the past. And I genuinely think we're on a good road forward where lines of communication are open and where we can continue to work in a productive manner with DOT as opposed to DOT kind of laying out how it's going to be in Sitka. And I believe that to be extremely important as we go forward. A big takeaway is that the governor is huge on these carbon credit ideas that are popping up. I think every one of his staff members that came somehow tied their presentation back to carbon credits. So something will be happening with that. I don't know what's going to happen with that long term. However, that idea is being explored. We had a chance to sit down with Senator Stedman. In review, there's a very low capital budget this year for the state, almost non-existent compared to last year's, but there is a very high PFD, perhaps one of the highest that we've ever seen. And as this session continues to go on, you'll continue to see like there's a lot of support for increasing the BSA. There's one bill for $1,000. There's another bill, I believe it was $1,200 coming forward. However, none of those can happen without a cut somewhere else. And so the PFD is going to continue to be that trigger point. I forget the exact numbers, but it was, you know, if you wanted to do this, then it cuts out this much, like $80 per citizen for a PFD. I think you get an extra $1 million in the capital budget or something along those lines. So that's going to be looked at and fought over pretty extensively throughout the session because there's a lot of great ideas for expenditures. They're not matching revenues on the other side. So I would estimate that our PFD is probably going to come down from the level the governor anticipates. A really interesting session we had as well is some of the Title IV reform, some of the alcohol laws in the state of Alaska. A lot of it was for essentially streamlining business while making like tighter rules and regulations. So now an alcohol licensee will be able to get an endorsement on their license. Harbor Mountain Brewing here in town, as they are a brewery and they have a tasting license right now, they're going to be able to get an endorsement to perhaps stay open a little bit later and actually have some live music. There was some sort of joke that now they can actually turn on the TV while you're in there. So that might be changing. And that's something, you know, if the assembly is concerned about the revision of the alcohol laws, encourage them to look into that one. And then finally, I just want to end my comments tonight. Anyone who's still listening. So I I'm kind of sad to say that we received a lot of very, very good emails before tonight's meeting within the last couple hours. And the reason I say I'm sad to say that is because I didn't have time to give each one of them the consideration that they deserved. I had about 15 minutes before this meeting started to skim through them. So would just encourage, if citizens do have important issues to them, I'm typically working until 6, right before these meetings, and don't have the time throughout the day to give each of those emails that credit that they deserve. So the night before would be much appreciated for me. And then I can bring, those thoughts and concerns to the table with me in a thoughtful manner. So, John?
Thanks, Mayor. Just a real quick add on. You hit most of the points on the Alaska Municipal League Conference last week. I would just like the public to hear that we spent a good amount of time in Representative Himshoot and Senator Stedman's offices. It's always nice to have your legislators, from Sitka and be able to get that close and personal time with them. So I think in both of those offices, we went well over our allotted time, but a lot of valuable information exchanged in there, and we were able to share our legislative priorities. We actually ran into Senator Murkowski in the Capitol building as well while she was visiting, and she presented to the group. And speaking of our delegation, we leave for DC. I'm leaving this weekend, and we'll be doing some lobbying work there next week. Also taking along our legislative priorities list. The CDS system, AKA earmarks, the system to put in your requests is open with a deadline of March 17th for Congressman Peltola and for Senator Murkowski's office. I have not seen one for Senator Sullivan's office yet, but we're working to get those entered right now. And it's actually a really good time that we'll be in DC next week, because we can talk to those offices and try to, I don't want to do a giant shotgun blast of everything we're asking for. Maybe we can narrow in some of those requests to each one of our delegations. So working on that now. And as we wrap up tonight, it looks like the snow has started and there's a lot of wind coming tonight. So I hope everybody gets home safely and they're nice and warm in their homes tonight. That said, I want to point out that my streets crew is going to be up tonight and early tomorrow morning taking care of that. They had a pretty busy weekend last weekend, and we've got a couple busy days coming up in front of us if the snow falls as forecasted. So I just want to put out an advance thank you for our streets crew, helping everybody get back and forth and where they need to go in the bad weather. Thanks.
Thank you. Brian's not here. Liaison representatives. Chairman Woodmark always comes and does mine for me, so I luck out on that one. Tim?
I think I alluded to the Police and Fire Commission a little bit earlier. We had great presentations from both chiefs, and that was what we did. So, I think that commission is they always show up. They're always have a quorum so far, and is a motivated group. And I think it's might be something for us to think about how we can help them give us some more information or put them to a little bit more work, because they're on top of that. They also get the report of all the calls, but that's that's information that's available to all of us. So it's a great group, but I think they are up for a little more of a challenge.
Chris?
I have a GPIP report. I kind of started touching on it earlier. This year, the GPIP dock's gonna have 14 ports of calls. They hired Southeast Stevedoring to take over port security at the GPIP dock. That's actually gonna really help out harbor staff and keep them on their jobs instead of being port security. P&D Engineering won the RFP for the haul out project. They have a project manager that they're bringing along, and it is the Wrangell Harbor Master, which I'm actually pretty excited about because he was a part of their project. And since we're kind of looking at a similar facility, he should have a pretty good idea of pitfalls and problems that they ran into that maybe we can not fall into those same ones. And then approved lease request for Silver Bay for lot 9C that they've had the last couple of years for trailers. But yeah, we did start talking about the overall strategic plan of GPIP in the park and what its future, long-term future entails. Now that it seems to be that there's a little bit more user conflicts out there. Is it an industrial park? Is it a place for tourism to be at? So that is something that the board will be taking up at their next meeting. So.
Any other liaison reports? Tim?
It's not a liaison report as much as it's just the school board will be deciding on Thursday on who the interim superintendent will be. So they're gonna be conducting interviews. If you're interested in that.
Sarah, clerk report.
We have a budget meeting on Thursday night at 6 PM. And then our next regular meeting is the 14th, followed by a work session on the 16th with the Chamber of Commerce and Visit Sitka. We have a number of vacancies as we have heard about. We have Animal Hearing Board, Health Needs and Human Services Commission, Investment Committee, Library Commission, Parks and Rec Committee, and Tree and Landscape Committee. So we continue to advertise, spread the word. If you know folks that are interested, they can contact our office.
Thank you. Any other reports this evening? I see none. That would bring us to adjournment.
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Thank you. We are adjourned this evening.